Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to be here, and I really thank you, the organization ICEF, for the welcoming, and to all the audience. In today, the topic of our presentation, the title is Education, Our Art. But indeed, instead of our art, we're going to explain how we develop or how we construct this art into different strategies of internationalization at CEPIE. Who am I? So my name is Jordi. I work for the Spanish Service of Internationalization of Education, CEPIE. My specialty is mostly Europe, North America, and Oceania. I have more than 20 years experience, and I am also an evaluator at the Erasmus Plus agency, and I have been in this world of internationalization for 2 years so far. So in today's ICEF in Barcelona, I'm going to divide my speech into 4 different parts. First of all, I will give just a brief introduction of what CEPIE is. Then, in the second part, I will talk about the strategy of internationalization of higher education in Spain. A third aspect will be the Erasmus Plus in Spain, since we are also a national agency devoted to Erasmus Plus. And finally, I will give just some hints about European universities. CEPIE, who we are and what do we do? CEPIE is the acronym in Spanish, which stands for the Spanish Service for the International Education. And CEPIE is a national agency, the Spanish national agency, depending on the Ministry of Universities. It's the public organization for the international promotion of the Spanish university system and the mobility of students, teachers, and researchers. It's also as I mentioned before, it's also the Erasmus Plus national agency in the fields of education and training. CEPIE offers all information which is necessary to students to do their best choice to come to Spain and to choose the program which they wish to pursue, whether it is information about credit mobility, obtain a degree, or undertake any other type of studies in all areas of knowledge. In addition, we also coordinate other educational programs. Focusing on internationalization, why is it that we believe in internationalization? Well, first of all, because as a national agency which coordinates with all the national agencies throughout the world, we have some reasons which translate into actions. So what are these actions of the result of internationalization? First of all, the first action we carry out is by means of campaigns. We do promotion of newsletters. We make public different bulletins throughout the year, and every action has an outcome. And all these outcomes and all the actions are always broadcasted in social network. So we are active members of social network, whether it is Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, and also we participate in seminars and networking events throughout the world. We participate in conferences, we organize our own fairs, and also we distribute also information throughout the events in which we participate. The second aspect of internationalization translates into the collaboration with higher education institutions. As a national agency, we collaborate with other agencies in the promotion of our higher education system. This coming week, for example, we shall be participating at the European Association of International Education with the pavilion of Spain will be that one of the highest we have ever taken to a conference, with more than 50 higher education institutions. So that will be a very good opportunity to collaborate with other higher institutions. We also organize seminars and events and promotions of exchange. Together with other national agencies, we participate in the promotion of networking events, for example. We participated in Torino last June in a networking event to implement dual degrees and also for the implementation of masters and joint degrees for these two countries, where there were more than 20 Spanish higher education institutions participating. So these are just a few examples which I am mentioning just to tell you an idea, of the broad aspects and events in which we participate. Another function which is attributed to us is the removing of obstacles. What do we mean by removing obstacles in internationalization? Sometimes we do all the necessary steps. We make the efforts for the students to come to study to Spain, and once all the registration has been processed, once the student is ready to leave the country and to come to Spain, then we have problems with visas. Then we have problems with the consulates. Then we have problems in how to make this possible. So that's where we also intervene, because we have, together with other ministerial organizations, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Universities, all together we participate in an agreement for the facilitation of incoming students from abroad. So these are indeed general aspects of the many issues that we tackle. And this, of course, has a result, and the result is that our universities are ranked in the most prestigious ranking systems. For example, just to tell you about a few, we don't look at rankings in terms of global rankings, but if we look at disciplines and areas of knowledge, we shall realize, we shall look at the fact that some of our universities are ranked among, by areas of knowledge, for example, are ranked Universidad de Navarra, Pompeu Fabra, Universidad de Barcelona, Complutense de Madrid, Politécnica de Catalunya. So these universities are ranked among the world top 100 in terms of areas of knowledge. But also in terms of disciplines, we have many universities as well, which are ranked being the best top 100 in the world. So one thing is areas of knowledge, another thing is disciplines. That's where we can compete. That's where the research and our universities are working hard, and they are fierce, and they are proud of their work and campaigns. We facilitate also the arrival of students by means of projecting, of giving information about scholarships. This tool, the scholarship search tool, which we have at CEPIE, apparently is unique is unique because, I mean, whenever we explain this in other international conferences, people are curious and amazed about this tool. And by means of this tool, the student just enters the type of scholarship he's or she is looking at, or he or she is searching, and by types of study, by types of areas of knowledge, or by regions, or simply by university, they can find the scholarship they are looking for. Just to show you an example of the number of international students, of course, this is an outdated, this is not an outdated figure, but this is just the figure we have just before pandemic, before the outburst of the coronavirus pandemic. So in Spain, we had almost 130,000 international students coming to study in universities in Spain. And what do we do in terms of international fairs? First of all, we organize our own study in Spain fairs. This is just an example to show you how we did it during the pandemic, because, of course, everyone went into virtual, so we had to transform also our events, our physical events, into virtual events. And this is just to show you just a few examples of our booth, our universities, how they were placed in the virtual classroom. So we have examples of virtual classrooms in Study in Spain fairs. So these Study in Spain fairs, whenever we cannot reach physically, we transform them into virtual. And here we have some example of the dots where we project ourselves together with the Spanish universities and CEPIE leading and helping the Spanish universities. Mostly our projection is based mostly in our natural source of incoming students, which is, of course, Latin America, because we have the same language, we share the same language, Spanish, and there is a high demand of international students coming from this part of the world. So here you can see we have participated in Mexico, in Ecuador, Costa Rica, Colombia, Chile, Brazil, but also in Europe, Portugal. We have also participated in organized Study in Spain fairs in Portugal, also in Morocco, and of course in other parts of the world like, for example, Russia and Indonesia. So these Study in Spain fairs, which are our own, they can also be converted into a Study in Europe. This is similar, but the format is similar, but in the Study in Europe fairs, it is the European Commission which is leading the Study in Europe fairs. That's where we also take part, and we reach our prospective students participating in this Study in Europe fairs with the help of the European Commission. So here we have some examples of fairs throughout the world, most of them being virtual, but we hope that in the future they are going to become physical. In fact, now at the end of September, beginning of October, we are participating in a Study in Europe fair in Georgia and also in Azerbaijan. These ones will be already physical. So here you have some parts of the world where we do promotion and projection of our Spanish university system, and also other type of fairs which are not studying in Spain or which are not studying in Europe. Other type of fairs where we project our Spanish university systems are in Abu Dhabi, in Argentina, in Fiesta, APAIE in Asia, which would be the equivalent of the Asian region, the equivalent of the United States, NAFSA, or now in Europe we have the EIE. But also we have participation in Europostgrados, for example, in Mexico, which is also a very well-reputed fair which tackles just postgraduate degrees. So all these type of fairs is just to give you an example of the different types of promotion and diffusion of the Spanish university system. Besides that, as an agency, we also promote, we also participate, or rather than participate, we also try to get agreements and memoranda of understanding. Agreements with other countries to promote and to help incoming students and sometimes also outbound students in the scholarship programs. But also we have other type of agreements like memoranda of understanding with Argentina, or Brazil, or Colombia, and Kazakhstan, with their Ministry of Universities, just to prepare and just to have in mind that our collaboration is always open, is always welcome to facilitate both incoming students and outbounding students. So all these type of campaigns, of promotions, of diffusions, and just spreading our university system, I mean, it all comes down to publications. For example, we have the Prisue publication, which is the positioning of the Spanish university system within the international rankings. We also disseminate all this content by means of social media. We create protocols for the incoming students, and we have other type of dissemination in brochures as well. Now, as we are also a national public agency which deals with Erasmus Plus in Spain, we're just going to give you an example of the number of students that come to Spain with credit mobility. This is the last annual report published by the European Commission. Now, at the end of October, the European Commission will publish the annual report, which focuses on the year 2021. So this is the latest report which has been published so far, and taking into account the annual report of the European Commission. So there you can see that Spain is leading by far. It is always the case in the last 5 years. It is the first European destination with more than 48,000 students in credit, mobility, and higher education, well ahead, of course, of France, Germany, Italy, and United Kingdom. Countries in which we collaborate and can also be part of these mobilities. But in terms of incoming students, we are the leaders, but Spain is the third country in sending students abroad. So it's the figure here just gets the almost 41,000 students. So all in all together, also this comes in terms of favorite destinations where our students wish to go. So Italy, in this case, is leading the place where Spanish students wish to study abroad in terms of credit mobility. I mean, by far, it is the first country. Then we have the United Kingdom and France and Poland and Germany, which are there very close from one another. So these are examples of figures of Erasmus Plus, which are noteworthy mentioning because Spain leads the figures in terms of incoming students from Erasmus Plus. And last but not least, I would like also to mention the European Universities Initiative. It is very important just to tackle this aspect because this is the last jewel, in inverted commas, of the European Commission. And it has been welcomed by Spanish universities. European universities, as you may know, are transnational alliances which they try to offer students curricula, and this curricula is designed by the students themselves, and these students, they can choose to study in different universities throughout Europe within the brand of European universities. This is going to reshape the framework of the European higher education within Europe, because it is the flagship of the European Commission. And it is very important also to mention this, because the Spanish universities have welcomed this with a high enthusiasm, and Spain is among the first 3 countries leading this project in terms of participation of universities. Of course, these European universities, it is just now a project which has been launched in 2018, and just this year has been the 3rd campaign, the 3rd year, and it is, of course, it is reshaping the higher education area, and it is, we believe, it is going to be very successful and going to change the panorama of the European universities in Europe. So finally, just to give you an example of the enthusiasm of the Spanish universities, for example, we can see that there are 32 Spanish universities out of 87, which is quite a few, out of 87 which we have within the Spanish university system. So there are 32 Spanish universities which are part of the European University Alliances, and out of these 32 we have 10 Spanish universities which are coordinating the European University Alliances. So here in the map you can see the different spots, telling you which university is participating in these European alliances and which university is coordinating. Coordinating would be the ones in green. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your attention. I summarize this by having given the strategies of our Spanish National Agency, and I am open to questions. Thank you. Yes, over there.
Yeah, I think you have a great reach in the Latin American market for the obvious reasons of the language, but what is the strategy to attract non-European students, especially India or South Asia?
That's a very good question. We as a national agency, we have contact points, and these contact points, of course, in the international market is our embassies. Within our embassies, we have the education office, and by means of our education office, we do participate in international fairs out of the let's say, this region which you have mentioned. Yes, and we are open, and whenever there is a call from our contact points, we try to be there representing our Spanish university system. Thank you so much for the question. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for your this presentation.
Thank you.
I would like to inquire, what is your strategic marketing to attract students from the Middle East region?
That's a very good question, sir. So again, we have our main office. We are placed in Madrid, but as I mentioned, we have contact points throughout the world, and these contact points, we work hand in hand with our embassies. In terms of Asian students, for example, now we are preparing our campaign for 2023, and I can tell you that we are very enthusiastic in participating, for example, in some areas from Asia, in some fairs in Asia. We are going to participate in, I believe, in Abu Dhabi, in Naja, and in other international fairs. And just after the pandemic, we are just open, and whenever we receive an invitation or whenever we receive some interest from our universities, because we have to bear in mind that we represent our universities as a Spanish national agency. We are public. So our strategy is mainly focused not only where we have contact points, but also where we are told to go with our universities. So if there is an interest from our universities, they say we would be interested in organizing an international fair in that part, in that region of the world. So we would happy be there, no doubt. Thank you.
Hi, Jordi. Thanks so much for your presentation. So you were saying that one of the things that the agency does is working with universities to remove some of the barriers that students have actually to come to Spain. I represent ESCI International Business School based here in Barcelona, and we have a lot of challenges when it comes to student visas. I would say about 60% of our students are actually non-European. And us as a university, we have a lot of challenges when it actually comes to contacting the Spanish embassy and having them, you know, really provide facilities, no, for students to come to Spain after their enrollment. So what are some of the services or some of the ways that, you know, us as an institution can work with you in order to make this step a much easier one for international students?
Thank you very much for this question. Yes, indeed. Many people don't know this. We, as a public national agency, we remove obstacles, and we have an interministerial agreement. And whenever we receive a petition, a query, a request from institutions, we help just to solve these problems. Many people don't know this, so I would suggest that if you write to us, so we would get to that specific, where that challenge, where that barrier is located, and of course we would try to remove that problem, that challenge. I don't know whether that is of much help, but I mean, we have had many cases, and we are well aware of the problems and challenges which the processing of visas are being these days, and we facilitate the delivering of visas to those students or institutions which are having some problems. So talk to us, keep in touch with us. Thank you. No more questions? So thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon, and thank you all. Thank you all for coming to this session. This is the Agent Voice data for the first half of 2022. And we've taken this data from the vast ICEF global network of agents that we've been surveying continuously for the past 3 years, since the beginning of 2020. Before we get started, I'd like to say thanks and let you know that this survey was kindly sponsored by Flywire, who are a global payments enablement and software company that's trusted by millions of your students worldwide. My name is Ian Can. I'm Director for the Americas at ICEF, and it's my pleasure to be taking you through this latest deck. It should take about half an hour or so. If you do have any questions, then please do ask during the session. Feel free to interrupt, and I always find that some of the most interesting learnings that we have are when people ask an intelligent question, and even if we don't have the answer in the data, maybe someone else in the room has the answer, and then we're all ending up more intelligent when we leave. So please don't hold back. So as I said, this was initially launched in 2020. And what this allowed us to do was to survey agents regularly and continuously throughout the pandemic. And throughout 2020 and 2021, we asked agents about how their businesses had been affected. And now in 2022, as we continue to emerge from the shadow of COVID, we look at how businesses are recovering, and we try to analyze any trends that we see in students' and agents' thoughts and preferences going forward into the new normal. So as I say, this current survey ran from the beginning of 2022 until the end of June. We have already started a new round of surveying for the second half of this year's data, which will be released at ICEF Berlin and also in San Diego. So there are 5 distinct sections to this survey that we've broken it up into. We're going to do a bit of a review of the past couple of years as well as a forecast looking forward. Next, we'll be talking about recruiting for online programs, which I think you'll all agree has become a much more important subject these past few years. Next, we'll look at agent commissions, their levels of recruitment, and we'll talk a bit about payments. Then a very brief look at digital marketing, a little update on digital marketing, and finally, the all-important study destination preferences and visa approval rates that are being reported by agents for some of the top markets that they're sending students to around the world. So as mentioned, this is an ongoing survey, and we're publishing the results biannually. And for this round, we surveyed 669 agents in 62 different countries. And this was the regional split of those agents, so you can see where they came from. Asia, unsurprisingly, gave us the highest number of responses. And here's a look at the country breakdown, and you'll see India is by far and away the largest most responsive country, and that is reflected in the fact that ICEF's agent network has many, many hundreds of quality Indian agents in it, and they do like to respond to our survey requests. So now, throughout 2020 and 2021, business changed, obviously, for many agents. This survey, as I say, continues to document that. But one headline that we want to start with is to say that the future is bright. Interest in studying abroad is up 73% this year, and I know that might not be surprising, but I still think it's a very positive fact, and one thing that we should keep front of mind as we go through this entire deck. Diving into the numbers now, most agents predicted that enrollment figures for 2022 will be higher than for 2021, of course. And especially we saw that in undergraduate and graduate programs, so higher education. Speaking with many of our schools and educators that we work with, we've seen that reflected in what they're telling us as well. It is also worth noting that although it's slightly less positive, there seems to be some positive signs coming for the recovery of the language industry as well. So agents feeling positive about language as well. Weighing up the general level of interest from students, and this was on our headline, more than 70%, so 73% of agents tell us that interest from their students is higher than last year. We then asked agents, what is your outlook for 2022? And we saw that while many students had their plans to study abroad severely impacted in the previous 2 years, agents are, again, overwhelmingly positive that students are commencing their studies again in 2022, if not in 2023. A third of those agents also mentioned that some of their students have switched to another country destination of preference, and that could be due to a continued lockdown or visa issues. It's not necessarily COVID related, of course, though we'll look at that later on with how some countries have managed the COVID situation perhaps better than others. But very relatively few have cancelled their plans to study altogether, and some 17% of agents have said that they saw their students switching to online, which is something else that we'll talk about. Looking now at the decision-making factors for study abroad, we see that cost of living and cost of studying are the most important driving factors in decision-making, along with working opportunities and, of course, the availability of visa processing, getting an appointment and getting your visa processed. We see that personal safety and health, which was scoring really, really highly, of course, during the pandemic, is now actually decreasing. So it's less of an important factor than it was during COVID, which again is obvious, but it's good to see that the data reflects what we expect. I think it's always nice to see that. We asked agents how they manage information, and therefore we asked them, are you using a CRM system or any other software to manage your student information? 39% indicated that this still remains a manual process for them, so they're not using digital tools really, such as the CRM system for collecting data or keeping in touch with their clients or partners. 33% said they have their own in-house built system, and 28% told us that they are using some third-party, probably subscription-based tool to manage their data. Looking at communication, we're seeing that the majority of agents are reporting increased communication with their partner schools compared with last year. And again, this is a stat that we kept seeing increase during the pandemic, where some people said that they would expect that communication would break down between schools and agents during the pandemic because of the lack of students going to study. But actually, throughout the pandemic, we saw that the level of communication between agents and their partners actually increased. And I'm sure that's due to the fact that there was a lot to talk about. Anyway, we've seen that level keeps on increasing, and that clearly there's more communication going on. We also see very high figure here, 88% of agents indicating that they've established new partnerships over the last 2 years. So again, where you might assume that people didn't bother making new partnerships because there weren't students to send, actually we saw that agents took this time and the opportunity to actually build their networks further, which I think is also a really, really promising and positive sign for the industry. So here, in order of preference or importance, we've put these, are the areas in which agents value the support of their partner institutions. So top of the tree is quick response time to student inquiries. This is always, we've been presenting survey data, I have at ICEF for more than 10 years. Communication and quick responses always comes out as the number one driver from agents for what makes a good partnership. And we don't have it on this slide, but we even had on previous surveys where we asked the amount of commission being paid and prompt payment of commission. That was never the primary driving factor for agents in what makes a good partnership. It's always, again, quick response time and good communication. Second, fast application processing. And then we get on to discounts, scholarship opportunities, then flexibility with admissions processes, and lastly, flexibility on payments or cancellation terms being baked in. So here on the next slide, we want to learn more about how agents have diversified or expanded their range of services as they've adapted to their changing businesses in the last couple of years. Reported by about a third of respondents, from least common to most common, they were that agents have increased the range of products or services they offer to their institutional partners, so selling more products to their institutional partners. They've started working with perhaps a broader age range of students, so diversifying there. They've started recruiting students for other education sectors. Around half of the agents said they've started recruiting students from new source markets, which perhaps is a surprising one. 59% says they've implemented new tools or solutions to help improve their business processes, and we'll talk about that again in a minute with regard to digital tools that agents are using. The most popular responses were that we have increased the range of products and services that we've offered to our students. So to those 34% who let us know that they have increased the range of products and services to their partner institutions, we wanted to find out what those products and services are. And in order of popularity, these were in-person recruitment events, followed by in-country representation services, followed by consultancy services, and then online events. And the most popular was digital marketing services, which again is something that we'll talk about. Now, of the 67% who told us that they've started to offer more products and services to their students, 44% told us that these were financial products, 57% are offering new types of travel services, 57% also offering insurance now, and 60% have added student accommodation products to their portfolio that they offer to their students. So now we'll talk a bit about online programs, and this is not a new thing that we're talking about. As I said, we've been surveying agents for many, many years, and we've always asked about recruiting for online programs. But I think the jury is still out amongst agents, or it certainly had been, as to whether they should be offering purely online products to their clients when ultimately they're promoting study abroad. So I think it's a really interesting thing to talk about, and how agents are responding to having to offer online education or not wanting to. So we start with a simple question: are you currently selling or promoting online education? And 54% of agents told us that they are. I still think that's very low. But when we rewind to early 2020, that figure was actually 15% of agents who said they were offering online programs. So we've jumped a huge amount in the last 2 years. Again, I would expect it to be higher. And I wonder if, when we look at the second half of this year's data, when we get to Berlin, I wonder if that's gone up even further. So just to back up that data a bit more, we asked them when they started selling online programs, and we see that, yes, COVID was that major driving force. So since the start of the pandemic, 64% of those started doing it. And again, that only 15% said they were selling online programs before. And now this is a slide that we'll dig into quite deeply, but those 46 that are not promoting online programs, we wanted to know why they're not promoting online programs. And I think some of our suspicions here are confirmed, and that is that perhaps it's fair to say that there's a perception from agents, potentially, just bear with me. Guys, I just got a warning that this laptop's about to run out of batteries. I don't know if there's a power cable, but that might be an issue. I will press on. So some of our suspicions, as I said, are probably confirmed, that the perception from agents is that their students who want to study abroad are not looking for online education, so why should they offer it? And so maybe they don't want to offer it, and they don't want to offer that support. But to put it another way, we could also say that agents who serve these students prefer to focus on that study abroad experience because that's where they have their experience and their expertise, and they offer all those travel services, accommodation, where they also make margins. So perhaps that's the reason why they don't want to offer online programs. But much less of a factor here, as you can see, is the perception that online degrees are not as valuable as conventional degrees. And I think if you ask some educators, they might have said, you know, that's why students don't want to study online, or that's why agents don't offer it, because online education is not as good. Well, I think that, you know, we're starting to see that that's not the case. People don't think that, you know, people do value the online education experience. And I think also, maybe I'm taking this a bit too far, but, you know, I think that a lot of people are working remotely and a lot of people are studying remotely. And I think that if you're going to do a job where you end up working from home, there's no reason why studying from home and studying online isn't a good way to prepare for a career like that. So anyway, I think there's lots to take away from this, and we will keep asking these questions and digging deeper into this to find out what's going on with online programs. So to those 46 who are not currently promoting online programs, we asked them if they were considering doing so in the near future. And roughly half of them said that they would if their clients start asking for it. So it's the student-led demand that they're saying is not there yet. They also said that when online programs serve as a pathway into actual overseas international education, study abroad, then they might consider offering online as a kind of pathway into that. So that's perhaps an opportunity there as well. To those 54% who were promoting online programs, we saw that they were mainly promoting language studies at this point. You know, the major reason for that, probably for this data set, is that you know, this was really the only option for students over the last couple of years. So that might be the reason why. Higher education programs make up the next chunk of results here, followed by digital credentials, and then secondary education and virtual internships making up the bottom three. So the major reason for promoting online education is no doubt in line with the experience caused by COVID-19, in that they allow, they allow agents to keep selling products even when students can't travel. So that's the major reason. We also see that these products are appealing to students on lower budgets potentially, and they allow the agent to reach, you know, new customer bases, new types of students that perhaps they wouldn't have worked with before. It's also interesting here to see half of the respondents tell us that they feel there's also an increased demand for online learning in general. Final slide on the online, and perhaps the most interest to anyone who is offering online programs here, is that we asked them whether we asked those agents if they'd be interested in meeting sellers of online programs at ICEF events, and it's nice to say that many of them say yes, absolutely, they would be interested. So if you have online programs, please talk about them at our events. So this next section looks at how commission payments and recruitment processes have changed in the last couple of years. And looking first at how commission payments have changed or not changed, the majority of respondents actually stated that commission structures remained unchanged since 2020. Looking for any other trends here, I think the only notable story was to say that 20% of respondents stated that commission rates for undergrad programs had actually decreased, which I'm not sure about anyone else, but that's actually the opposite to what I had heard from speaking with some of the schools attending ICEF events. So that's one where the kind of anecdotal data and the stats haven't really matched. So that's perhaps something we can talk about. Looking at trends in the amount of commissions being received by agents, it's clear that we're seeing that higher commissions are being paid in the languages and higher ed sector, and especially in the pathways sector there. Throughout the past 24 months, many organizations in the industry have come up with their own new and often digital methods of student recruitment, or perhaps they've joined together with existing platforms or networks to reach more partners and recruit more students. And so we wanted to ask agents about that. So we asked them if they're using these methods to recruit students. 60% told us that they still work individually, perhaps let's say in the traditional way to recruit students. 33% said that they are relying on a network of agency channels, so maybe that's a sub-agent network of some sort. And 7% for this one told us that they're currently working through an edtech or online application platform to recruit students, which might be a bit lower than we expected. And looking specifically at processing and submitting applications, we see a very similar trend. 68% told us they submit applications independently or directly, so perhaps in the traditional way. 25% of agents said that they rely on a network of agencies, perhaps that would be a master agent then in order to get those applications to the institution. And only 8% told us that they currently are working through an edtech or an online application platform. You know, and I think it's worth noting here that we might expect that figure to be higher, and I wonder whether there is something about, you know, surveying specifically the ICEF agent network, or if we took a survey, you know, in the market in general, whether that would actually be higher. And perhaps you might say that there's a tendency for agents who are attending ICEF events to operate independently and not rely as much through as with the edtechs or online application platforms, and that maybe online application platforms and edtech platforms are actually getting agents from other places who happen to be the ones who are less likely to attend ICEF events. I'm not sure, but there may be something in that for us to explore. So looking now at tuition payments, we saw that the majority of agents say they're assisting students to make the payments for tuition. No surprises there. 26% use a payment platform, and 26% say they do not use a specific platform. So I guess that would mean they use whatever platform that institution wants them to use to make that payment. Those who are using a payment platform of choice, they're using Flywire. The rest, majority, are using Cohort, who of course have now been acquired by Flywire. So it does seem that Flywire, who is our sponsor for this session, seems to have a pretty good coverage of the market share there. Regarding commission for tuition, the majority of agents reported that they're not receiving any additional commission for assisting with student tuition payments. But interestingly, 32% said they did receive some very small commission when they make those payments for students, even if it was as low as 0.1 or 0.3%. Those who received other amounts reported the majority between 8 and 25%, which is actually probably quite high. Regarding commission payments, the majority of agents reported that they're processing commission payments manually still. So this is definitely a takeaway of this survey, is that the agents who responded are still working in very traditional ways and doing things in very manual ways. So I think the technological revolution perhaps has yet to really kick in with a lot of the agents that we have surveyed, at least. Those using a third-party system to process commission payments, mostly using Advisor, if not Monday or Xero. So diving a bit deeper into the commission payments, we asked agents how they're receiving commission payments. The majority, 2/3 of the responses, saying that they still raise a manual invoice, and some 20% did mention they're using a mix of manual and other types of invoices through agent aggregators. So on to our fourth section. This one's very brief. We're going to take a quick look at digital marketing. And I think it's fair to say that we've decreased some of the questions that we've asked about digital marketing because we wanted to ask so many new things over the last couple of years to agents. So unfortunately, the digital marketing section has shrunk a bit because obviously we don't want to make the survey so big that agents are scared of the amount of time and the volume of questions. So we're quite a small digital marketing section this time, but we may increase it again as we ease out of COVID and go back to talking about these things in more detail. In the past year, has your digital marketing budget increased, stayed consistent, or decreased? I think this is another one of those that's like a bit of a barometer for the industry. When 70% of agents tell us that they've increased their digital marketing budgets, I think we can say that means that they feel that there's students out there to be gotten. And I think it's a really promising sign that they're being proactive and going for those students. These are some of the challenges that we see agents facing with digital marketing. Firstly, keeping the data up to date. Next, that they have a lack of budget for doing it. And then next, that they have a lack of expertise for doing it. Those were the main issues that we saw with digital marketing. And looking at whether agents are offering any digital marketing services themselves to their partner institutions, we see that social media marketing is the most common service that agents offer their schools. And then there's email marketing and some offering SEO and AdWords services too. And now on to the final section of this presentation, which is taking a look at the rise and fall of the popularity of study destinations in the last couple of years. And then we'll also take a look at the visa approval rates that agents are reporting for different markets around the world. Now, COVID-19 has been a catalyst for lots of changes, obviously, and some countries reacted differently to COVID-19, and I think that had a major effect on their perceived popularity from agents, and obviously that comes from their students. Agents in this section you'll see showed particular positivity for Canada and the UK and the USA, unsurprisingly. Australia and New Zealand suffered a little bit, and we'll see some of the kind of pre-pandemic emerging players, such as countries like China, Malaysia, and Singapore, actually suffered the most during COVID. So their kind of rise was very much thwarted by COVID. So we look at the student interest by country. We asked whether the interest in study destinations had decreased, been maintained, or increased in the last 2 years. And these four we've picked out as the four biggest winners. So no surprises to see that Canada has increased the most, followed by the USA, then the UK, and then, interestingly, Germany was one of the top four as well, with increased interest. So good news for Germany to make that top four. Then looking at the other end of the scale for decreased interest, the highest scorers here were China, Russia, India, Hong Kong, South Africa, and Malaysia, seeing decreased interest. And then we asked where the students' interest kind of had maintained, and we see Australia, New Zealand, Japan, Malta, the UAE, and the Netherlands are just kind of steady. And here we kind of stack the top markets side by side. We're looking at visa approvals now, and you'll see that if we take an average here, roughly half, agents are reporting that roughly half of all their visa applications are unsuccessful, which is a massive concern for the industry. And as I said, these are some of the top markets that you might be interested in stacked side by side here. So we look now by country, and we break it down by educational sector as well. And we'll see that the UK looks pretty welcoming compared to the others. The majority of the sectors for the UK show healthy approval rates, other than, I think, some difficulties here for the language sector, potentially, for visa approvals. For Australia, it looks slightly less welcoming, slightly less oranges and reds, especially in higher ed. And I think that it'll be interesting, again, to see this slide in the next round of data, because obviously Australia has come out of their lockdown later than some of those other markets, but has now come out of lockdown, and we should see Australia rebounding quite strongly. Similarly with New Zealand, again, New Zealand opened their borders in July, I think, and much of this data was collected, in fact, all of this data was collected before that happened. So again, we'll see probably lots more oranges and reds, or we hope to, when we run this again in Berlin. Looking at the US, we see a much more positive story here, especially in higher education as well. Some really good scores there for graduate. And finally, looking at Canada, it's a similar picture with good approval rates, especially in the HE sector, higher ed sector. So I hope that's good news for you US and Canadian reps in the audience. So that's it, guys. Here's a quick summary of what we can take away, I believe, from this seminar. There's lots to be positive about post-pandemic. There's definitely a strong appetite for international education. It looks like some countries are bouncing back faster and better than others, but I think there's opportunities for other countries, that are still emerging from COVID to steal back some market share. It'll be interesting to see what countries like China and Malaysia and Singapore, how they stack up in the next round of data as well. The adoption and promotion of online and hybrid education has definitely accelerated. No surprises, but it's good to see it, proven here. Levels of communication between agents and their partners continues to rise. So if you're someone in the audience who says, that you're talking to your agents less than you used to before, then I think that's a sign that you might be doing it wrong, because agents are saying they're talking more to their partners. Flexibility. In a lot of those questions, we offered answers that offered them to talk about the flexibility that their partners are offering them, whether that's for payments, whether that's admissions processes, whether that's in how programs are delivered. Flexibility is always a really popular word in this survey, because it's what agents are looking for. So try to be flexible with the needs of your agents and their students. And finally, unfortunately, the negative takeaway is that visa approval rates are a considerable concern globally, really, with not many really outstanding performers in that area. So that's the end of this session. Thank you so much for coming. I wanted to say before you go that we have created a really handy handout version of this data. It's about 10 pages PDF, very pretty looking infographics, and it's a good one to share with your colleagues and a good way for you to kind of digest this data in an easier fashion on your own computer. And if you go to icef.com/agent voice, you can download that for free. You just have to give us your name and a little bit of info. As I said, we are currently surveying again. We will publish new data in Berlin and San Diego later this year. If you are interested by any of this data and you want to read more, please visit ICEF Monitor, and you'll see that we've arranged all the articles on ICEF Monitor by topic, so you can easily find more information about anything, any aspects that interested you here. But otherwise, thanks again for coming, and we'll see you in Berlin. Thank you. Sorry, a question. I should have asked. Apologies.
Yes, one clear question, please.
Sure.
In the beginning of presentation, you showed a slide where is 75% increase of interest of studies abroad. Mm-hmm. And as I understand, it's a common from all regions. Do you have, for example, numbers from Europe, numbers from Asia, from different continents?
Yeah, we certainly can look at where those responses came from and break it down by country. Yeah. So I will make a note that perhaps in the next round of data we actually do that, break it down by country. Yeah, we can certainly do that.
Yeah, and just curious why you're combining agents from different regions in one survey, because we live in different worlds. We face absolutely different problems. I'm agent from Europe. I know agents from Asia, from India, from China, and they have absolutely different problems. And it's very difficult to understand our markets.
Yeah.
When looking at this survey, it would be better to look at Europe, Asia, China, maybe different continents. It will be much more accurate.
I do agree. Look, I would say that to ask agents questions is one thing, but for us to present the data, sometimes we have to take a more global stance on certain things. But I completely agree with you that stat would be a lot better if we broke it down by country, and we certainly can. So we do with some other questions, as you saw we did, but I certainly agree that that's a question where we should do that as well. So we won't take that shortcut next time, and we'll break it down for you. Yes.
Thanks for your work here. I'm from Canada. I just wonder whether you heard anything through the survey around capacity issues. for various institutions, given that agency 50% of their visas are not successful. And then if you compound that with, in some areas, capacity issues based on interest, I wonder whether you're hearing anything about that from the agencies that you talk to.
Yeah, you know, I have heard that being mentioned amongst some of the schools that we speak to, but I must say I haven't personally spoken to any agents. I don't know if there are any agents in the room that wish to comment on capacity issues and how that reflects on visas going into Canada. Does anyone have anything to say there? I think it's a valid question that perhaps we could add that as an aspect, because like I said, I have heard it from some schools that it's becoming an issue, especially in Canada. Yeah. Any other questions? No. All right. Well, then you may leave. Thank you very much.
Can I start? Oh, we're there. Ooh, magic. Okay. Well, hello, everybody. Thank you for joining. I know there's a lot of fun happening out there, so I appreciate you taking the time to join me. Just wanted to say hello and introduce myself before I even start, and for you to say, why do I have to listen to this lady? My name is Briarina Polovina. I am currently the Director of International Admission and Services at Webster University in the United States, and the primary designated school official and responsible officer as well. So my perspective here, oh, something disappeared. Oh, there, okay. So my perspective here is from the point of view of somebody who works with all your applications. My team is involved with agent relationships and all those applications at the point when the application comes in, all the way to the student graduates and works on their OPT and STEM OPT. So this is just a point of view on what will make it easy, what will work best for you and your students, the processes that we recommend you take advantage of. And just to give you some ABCs on the compliance and issues that students will face, knowledge you will have at the point of recruitment, this knowledge will help you and those students be successful moving forward. So that is all we're going to talk about. But as in any presentation, I do believe trends are something we are all speaking about. And post-COVID, it's normal and you all expect that numbers in the United States have gone down. We see a decrease in 2018, 19, 20. This is the data for 2021 from our from IIE report, Open Doors report, that shows a decline. However, if you look at the same data, when you go into the Department of State, number of visas issued, and this is all the F1 student visas issued that were done throughout the last 5 years, 2017 up till now, you will see a decline happen, and with the biggest one was, as you see, the 2019 and 2020. However, with that in mind, there's a trend that is currently happening. If you look at the number of visas that is being issued on this quarter alone for F1 visas from the Department of State, and then that is from October 2021 till July 2022. The year starts in October and ends in September, so this is the 3 quarters of the year. And you can see the numbers that currently we have visa issued is 341,524, which means we are already going up. We potentially may reach the 2018-19, the 2017 data, and that shows that there's an interest and there's be a success if you work with students wanting to study the US. Furthermore, the US government wants students to come to study in the United States, and they're doing everything they can to make the transition as easy. I know the visa issue is a problem, but again, they're trying to set some protocols and some policies to make the transition and to make the visa process easier. That is why up to the end of 2022, they've introduced the waivers for interviews for any student who had the F1 visa approved before. That made it easy for the students to come back to the United States, but at the same time, open the opportunities for more availability for new students who want to study in the United States to apply for their student visa. Another thing that the US government did this January, they've added 22 programs and identified them as a STEM program. And why is that important? It's because a student who comes to the United States and studies a STEM program degree can work in the United States for up to 3 years. The data shows that the 2 programs that were added are more data analytics and data visualization. So it can show you that there's an interest for data sciences and data statistics numbers and interest in the United States. And we have more jobs positions than we have people for it. And talent from international talent will be the one to meet that demand. So there's an opportunity for all these students to come in and study at Webster University, not just at Webster, but in the United States. Now this is me on my point of view as I do as a PDSO and a compliance regulator, just for you to understand what my job is involved and how your job is so important. The Student Exchange Visitor Program designed this as the student life cycle of an international student wanting to study in the United States. As you can see, number 1 to 4, it's all you guys. It's important that you are involved in that process from the beginning, working with those students. And once the students come in, stages 4 to 8, that's when we work with the students. And so you help the students to find a university, You have a student apply, you have a student go and apply for their student visa, you prepare them from the interview, and once they get their visa, the students come into the United States. One important thing that I always want students to be aware of, because there's a misunderstanding when they come to the United States, and they think that when they get a visa, and that visa can be a year or 5 years long, that they are okay to stay in the United States for up to 5 years, and they will be legal. And that is the one thing that students do not understand. I always tell the students, if you think of a student visa, think of it as the key to enter your home. That's all that visa gives you. It gives you the opportunity to enter the United States. But after that, if you look at the number 7, it is the key to maintaining the status that will make a difference. A student needs to know what are my compliance and regulations to make sure that I'm legal in the United States, that I can take advantage of the employment opportunities, and all that fun stuff that you get when you come and study in the United States. And how will it make a success? Well, I always say you have to keep a student focus on the student experience. What we find out, especially with some countries where there's a lot of interest of students applying, we just get demands of applications. And we get applications that the agent is helping the student. They pick one university, they pick another university, and they've identified 4 or 5 universities for the students, and they just bulk their applications to us. And sometimes the documents you provided for one university, you are providing it to us. And that sometimes does not look good for the students. So try to work with the student on one-on-one, have them involved at the point of application. The more the student knows what the application requirements are, what program they're applying for, the more informed they will be when they go and apply for their student visa, and once they come to the United States, what the expectations are. We have students where agents work with them one-on-one from the beginning, and they come in, and they are the most successful students we've seen. And then we have students who left everything to the agents to do on their behalf. They have no idea where they're applying for. Sometimes they don't even know the program that they've applied for. And they come in and they're not have a clue what they're doing next. And this is the group of students that really, really does not do successfully at any of the universities. So have the students involved at the point of the application process. Make sure you submit the application requirements that the university is asking for. Not just the bulk of applications and requirements that you collected and then just sending it to all universities, the same information. And one thing that we always note is the personal statement and plagiarism. We see a lot of, we see a lot of students, sometimes we submit a personal statement that will look exactly like 100 more we've seen before. Now again, some universities may not pick on it, but some other universities may have some programs in their end that will identify if it's a plagiarism or not, and if it is, sometimes they will deny the student. But the most important part is that the student is prepared to come to the United States, where the formal education is not just simply exams. A lot of expectation when you study the United States has to do with writing papers and doing research. And when a student comes in with an expectation that I can copy and paste, because I did it from the application process, they are not set up for success. Because plagiarism is something that is not acceptable at all in US institutions, and students will get dismissed from the programs if they're found to or fail their classes. And of course, something else they all have to be aware is the cost. What it is that it's going to cost them to study at a university. And that is not just tuition, living expenses. Students need to be aware of that cost is, and sometimes when you have the student involved at the point of the application, they're going to be prepared, they're going to have an action plan, and that will make sure that they will be more successful in their student visas. Because there's 2 reasons most of the time these visas are denied. One of them is the person doing the interview, the counselor, does not believe the student will return back home. And the other one is the counselor does not believe the student has the means to support their studies. And so a student has to be aware to answer the question, look, I know how much this will cost me, and I have a plan for year 1, and I have a plan for year 2. And when they have a plan and they're prepared, their chances to get their student visa approved, it's a lot higher than somebody who still doesn't know that their agent did all the process for them, and all they're doing is just showing up and doing an interview. It makes a difference, and we've seen it. So get your students involved at the point of application. I make sure they get all the paperwork, make sure they get all our information so they can come in and be successful when they come and study in the United States, no matter what university they're going to. So On number 7, as I said, the key thing for a student is to maintain status while in United States. That is really it. Once the United States, if they follow the compliance and regulations, those students will be all set for success. And those regulations are not a lot. It's simply 4 of them. One of them is a student has to enter the country within 30 days after their classes start. And it is so important that the student follows that, because what is challenging is when a student enters in before 30 days, a university will be forced to terminate their I-20 because they have no classes starting within 30 days. So keep that in mind, because sometimes students get so excited that they got their visa and they start booking the flight without even looking when the classes start and when they can enter. And we've seen so many cases that sometimes it hurts when you see a student go through all of that, have their visa approved, and then to just enter 30 days before classes started, and we be forced to terminate their I-20s. The other one that they need to follow is full-time enrollment. Every institution got their own full-time enrollment policies. The student just needs to know what they are and follow them, and it's simple as that. Of course, they're required to update any changes of address, any change of names to us within 10 days, because the US government wants to know where they are. And they cannot work without authorization. These are really the 4 key points that students have to follow. If you prepare them up front that, hey, now you got your visa, now you're gonna come into the country, follow the compliance and regulations, talk to the key people in university identified as designated school officials with any questions regarding compliance. When a student does not follow compliance, we as an institution are required to terminate their I-20, and when that happens, their illegal stay kicks in the United States. And that illegal stay, they can get punished for it for many years to come. They may not be enter the United States for 3 to 10 years, depending on how long they've been illegal in US. And so it's important that students follow this guidance, and at any time they're facing challenges to connect with universities so they can be able to navigate any concerns or any issues that they may face. I know a big thing for students is, can I work? It is something we face all the time whenever they enter the United States. And you can give a student this knowledge because it is the correct one, that yes, you can work under your F1 student visa. If you find a job on campus, you can work the same day you start your classes. No permission whatsoever. You find a job on campus, you apply for the job on campus, and then you start right after that. You can work up to 20 hours a week, and the student, as I said, can take advantage of it the moment they come. And here's where I found how successful a student is. When a student is involved at the point of the application, they are more keen and more successful to find a job because they get involved at the point of application and they've been part of the process, and then the next thing they do, they come in and they find jobs. And then you have students who've never got involved and they're just looking for jobs but never do anything to go get there and get involved to find a job. They can, the other option the students do is what it's called a curricular practical training, otherwise as a CPT, and this is the internship opportunity a student can do. This can happen during their studies as well. And depending on the university, some universities may offer CPT from the start, but most of the universities do not offer the CPT until a year of education has happened in US per the compliance and regulation rules. The universities that will allow CPT before then are universities that have part of their program, this internship is part of their program, and then when it's part of the program, the US government allows somebody to start doing that work right away. Otherwise, a student has to study for at least 1 academic year. And of course, after their studies, their opportunities to work are optional practical training. So anybody, no matter what the program is, can apply for 1 year of work in United States. And for anybody who's a STEM degree program, they can extend that work for 2 more years. So they can do up to 3 years of STEM of OPT for anybody who's a STEM program. And that is why there's a demand on STEM programs. That is why the US government added more programs to their list of approved STEM programs, because the demand is there. And we have more works and not enough people to fill those jobs. So trust me when I say we're looking for the talent to come in, and we're looking for them right now. And we need that talent in the United States. What are their pathways after OPT? So here's what one pathway after the OPT, because a lot of students will come in and say, hey, I want to stay in the United States, how can I do it? Of course, when you come on an F1, the expectation is that you're going to go back home, but for students who find an opportunity to stay in United States and work, they will always do that. The one pathway that students, especially on OPT and STEM OPT, take, it's applying for an H-1B work visa while they're on OPT. So they have to find an organization that is willing to support their H-1B request. And when you're on a STEM degree, you have 3 years, and you can apply for that H-1B for 3 years and hopefully get it. However, there's other pathways for students to work in United States. Maybe they potentially will have to go back, but there's still some job opportunities that they can take advantage of. And in having an international education and American education will give them a higher opportunity to get this other type of visas. Especially in a workforce right now where a lot of work, it's happening online. These students can come in, connect with the organizations, and if the organizations like them and they like what they're doing, most of the time they will do anything they can to keep the talent. And that means that even if they have to go abroad and work remotely, they will give them an opportunity to do so and potentially then return back on any of these other type of visas that the organization feels it's important for them to take advantage of. And so it is what I always tell the students. Whenever a student comes in, one thing I always tell them is, pay as much attention to education out of the classroom as much as in the classroom. Network connections will make a difference into what you can do after you graduate. Once you connect, once you do network and you find a job and you do a wonderful job and you're a talent that the organization cannot afford to lose, they will do anything in their power to keep the talent. We've seen it over and over again, and now with online opportunities, I think more opportunities for students to work for these organizations will come out in the future. So just keep them in mind as you advise students on, hey, what can happen next once I complete my studies in the United States? There's great pathways for them to work in the United States. Again, maybe they will have to return home for a bit and then come back on a different type of visa, but the opportunities are there. On an employment end, what we are currently seeing, it's a higher opportunities are coming in on the Midwest section of the United States. I know before students go in and it's East Coast and West Coast, and it's always been that way. But what we're currently seeing, more students have moved into the Midwest in the last few years, and the new job opportunities are opening up more in the Midwest area. In the CNBC report that just came out a few weeks ago, these are the 10 number cities where new graduates can find a job get paid because the living expenses are not as high and still have an opportunity to find new jobs. And this is, as you can see, St. Louis is the #1 city right now, which I'm proud to say it's where Webster University is, and there's an opportunity for all the students. But when you are recruiting students, keep in mind that there's so many wonderful universities in Midwest. I know East Coast and West Coast is where students want to go, but please learn more about Midwest opportunities, because those opportunities are not only on education. We have some wonderful, wonderful universities in the Midwest, but also employability as well for the students to take advantage of. And again, as I said, I work at Webster University. If you don't know what university is, our home campus, it's in St. Louis, Missouri, but we do have US campuses as well where we recruit students for. One other campus is Orlando, and the other campus is San Antonio, Texas. And then, of course, we have a global network of campuses around the world. In our Europe, we have our Geneva campus, and I have my colleague there. If you are interested to connect with our campus in Geneva, we do have a Vienna campus. My colleague for our Vienna campus is here as well. We do have one in Athens, in Netherlands, and as well in Africa, and Tashkent. So the opportunities to connect with Webster University and work with any part of the world you're interested to work with are great. So feel free to reach out to me or any of my colleagues if you want to know more about the opportunities working with us. Again, these are the resources. If you're interested, these are the links for all the resources. And if you want to find more, you let me know, and I'll be more than happy to connect and give you more of a perspective of an admission end on how we can make the application process for your students smoother and faster moving forward. Any questions that you as agents have regarding application process, compliance issues, or anything that you think your students ask you and you don't know what the answer is? Yes, sir. It will depend on the programs. So some universities will have interviews and some universities don't, but it all depends on the particular program. Like if I'll talk to you about Webster University, most of our programs do not have an interview, but our counseling program does. So it's not something that every university has, and if they do, it's only for specialized programs. Well, the interview process on the admission end has nothing to do with the visa, as much to do with do you meet the criteria we have for our program, and has nothing to do with the visa part. So a student applies, they have to be admitted into the program. Usually university will have some regular admission criteria, but for specialized programs, a university will have some more criteria. And so it's only when there's a specialized program that the student says, okay, I meet the ABC requirement for the admission into the university, but now I have to meet the expectations and the requirements for my program. And so that is when you will have an admission interview for students wanting to study in the United States. Again, that is nothing to do with the visa interview. It's only to see if you meet the admission criteria. You have to be admitted first before an I-20 can be issued.
So just to be clear, sorry. So admission interview is one thing, but then all the US application, I'm new to the US market, so all the US application has to go through the visa interview. Is that mandatory pretty much?
Yeah, it is. So what it is, when a student is applied to university, they've been offered an admission decision, and then they have to provide proof that they have the means to support the education in the United States. And when that is provided, then university offers to them what is called an I-20, which is a document that they will need to apply for the student visa. The only students that will not need to go for an interview to apply for a student visa are students from Canada. All they need is the I-20. Every other student from any other part of the world, they have to apply for the F1 visa. They go to the interview. If they get the visa, they let the university know that they got the visa, and then the university follows up with them on the next steps to confirm their admission and then prepare for their arrival. Of course. Yes, sir.
And the two questions then, if a person studying Webster, Netherlands, and he can transfer to the final year to the Webster US, and does it some kind of looks having more chances to get visa to US after to transferring student?
So we've seen there's a higher chance of a student to get their visa. We've seen when they apply, when they've started to university in one of our other campuses, and then they apply for Webster, because it shows an indication that my interest is not to come and stay in the United States. My interest is to have an American education, and that's why I started in this campus, but I want to take advantage of this study abroad opportunity. So we've seen a higher chance of a student getting their visa. Again, it's not 100%, but it's higher chance than when the student applies directly to study in the United States. And again, if they do the last year, they can still take advantage of the OPT and all the STEM OPT program if they're applying for a STEM program.
Thank you.
Yes. Any other questions? About application processes or just anything interest on compliance and visa? Just a little about me. I'm a former international student myself, so I was born and raised in a small country here in Europe, in Albania. So I came in the United States as an F1 visa. I am a Webster alumni, so I was an F1 visa student there for many, many years. So it's in my heart to make sure I prepare the students and for them to do the best they can when they enter the world. So, any questions? Don't be shy. I'm a nice gal. Do you have a thing? You're thinking too much, sir. Do you have a question? You sure? Okay. All right. I know. Well, just for my sake, are you new to the U.S. market, or have you worked in the U.S. market before?
I'm fairly new.
You're barely new? May I ask where you're from?
United Kingdom.
United Kingdom. Wonderful.
UK universities.
Oh, okay. Well, it looks like UK is doing great, but we are right behind, so.
It used to be vice versa.
I know.
It used to be vice versa.
I know, you figured out the employment piece, man. What about you, sir? Kyrgyzstan. Okay, we had 2 students from Kyrgyzstan join us this year, so that's exciting.
Do we have a huge demand to study in US? Across the world, I guess.
Yeah.
But the visa issue and some kind of, when you plan your business, obviously with working with UK, you can plan, and you have
yeah.
this almost like the visa, and the
I
student
mean,
will
you
be
can
there.
do everything, and then the
And
last
when US
piece.
is something like so, and political link and visa, all these things. That's why I'm asking questions.
Of
There are
course.
transfer opportunities, and
Oh, absolutely. And I think we as an institution give that opportunity that maybe a lot of schools don't. So if you like to explore that, please, I would highly recommend you connect with our European campus folks, and then we work with our campuses to make sure we meet that expectation to our students. And that's my colleague from Geneva who wants to say something.
Thank you. Yeah, so just something to mention as well. So we transfer a lot of students between the campuses, and they also require visas also at that stage. So we have students that transfer, we have in Uzbekistan, in Leiden, all over Europe, we have in Africa as well, and there are a lot of students who transfer between the campuses for one semester. So in the same sense, they have to apply for student visas because typically it's one semester, 6 months. So, and students generally have a pretty good success rate, as long as they're prepared financially,
yes,
and it's clear what their intentions are, and the agency has clearly prepared them, as Blorina has mentioned, then the success rate is normally quite high.
Yes, it is. You're completely right, Mark. So, sir, where are you from? I know I'm start picking on you all. I still have time, so that's what you get.
No, I'm from Germany, so
Okay.
I actually send a lot of students for semester programs,
For semesters,
which I must say in the past, now 11 years, we've never had any problems. Like you mentioned earlier, the U.S. authorities are doing a great job, implementing a very streamlined process, and I don't think we have ever had any student who got rejected. So.
Yeah, I think Germany is one of those lucky places. It all depends, I think, the countries where students are applying for. And I think from what we've noticed is when a country is identified as a high-risk immigration country, then, yeah, the visa rejection rate will be a lot higher than a country that is not on that list. And it's unfortunate, but it's a reality.
Yeah, but still, you need to do your job and help
Absolutely.
the students, to show up for the interview and be prepared.
Okay, well, thank you, sir. I appreciate you joining me. And ma'am, where are you from?
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you so much for providing information. Hello, Mark, Leah, Smaps.
Oh, you know.
We work closely with some of our students as well, but we had a vice versa case. We had a student from United States transferring to Webster, Geneva. That was quite a peculiar one. He graduated and got amazing marks. So yeah,
Wonderful.
thank you so much.
Yes, absolutely. Ma'am?
I'm originally from Russia, and I opened an agency here in Barcelona after graduating from EU Business School here in Barcelona.
Oh, wonderful.
And I have just started recruiting students, and we put one guy into an American school here in Barcelona, as he is considering his future studies in the US. So I am just new in the market, and I am exploring the opportunities, and I am expecting the students to go to study in the US. So everything is interesting and important, and I came here for networking, and so.
Well, welcome to the world of US studies. Sir?
Hello, my name is Rufat. I am from Azerbaijan, Baku. So
Nice to meet you, sir.
nice to see you. Thank you so much for all detailed information
Yeah.
provided.
Do you work with students in US, or is it new market? You do?
Yes,
Okay.
we're working with US.
And what's your
Okay.
experience with Azerbaijan and student visas?
I believe we are in high-risk group.
Oh, yeah.
So we have a lot of rejections
Ah.
in the process. So in our case, as for many countries that Jan explained, so we have several students. So they try to go for guaranteed countries for last years. So because in end of August or in September you get rejection and you have fewer options.
You have fewer options.
To do so. They are trying to guarantee it from the beginning.
So if I ask you, if when you work with a student from Azerbaijan who wants to study in US, when a visa is issued, have you done a lot of work with that student? When do you see a visa is issued or rejected? Do you see a difference? Is student prepared more when they go and apply for the visa, or just random somebody shows up?
This year it was totally extreme.
Really?
They gave even rejections to students even from top universities.
Oh, wow.
It's first time in our country's case. They gave rejection to guy from Yale. He had
Wow.
acceptance from Yale. He got rejected. And one guy from Northwestern, he got rejected. So
wow.
this year it was
Weird. Wow.
like very extreme case, and we're looking for what we can do for them.
Of course. Yeah.
So in that regard, I think visa is becoming a big issue
Okay.
these days.
Hi, sir.
Hi.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm based in Canada, and
Okay.
I mainly recruit students into Canada from CIS. Yeah, and this year Canadian visa for some countries doesn't look any faster or easier than the US visa.
Oh, it doesn't.
And yeah, probably adding. I haven't recruited
To
students
US?
for the US yet, but I think it's going to be a good additional opportunity for my clients.
Oh, yeah, it will be. I hope, I mean, I will be more than happy to connect with anybody who's new and kind of help you with the process. We are very easygoing school to work with, so we try to make it as easy as we can.
Yeah, sounds good.
So,
Thanks.
all right, ma'am.
Hello,
Hi.
I'm Islamia from Morocco.
Hi.
So thank you. So I'm sending students to different destinations, but for USA, so we have the only phobia from visa rejection, because sometimes even there are some students with good financial file, so we get surprised with the
Interesting.
Yes, with the visa rejection. So
Is it 212B rejection most of the time that the student get? Where they don't believe they're going to go back home?
Exactly, yeah.
That's the reason, right?
Yes, yes,
yeah,
yes,
that is
exactly.
most of the time the big reason.
Exactly, yeah. So.
Yeah. I will tell you a story. I mean, when I applied for my first F1 visa, I got rejected the first time for the same reason.
Mm-hmm.
I had to go back and kind of figure out I wanted to study business administration. So my dad at the time had his own business. So I went back and kind of took paperwork to show to the counselor that, look, there's a business waiting for me. I'm the oldest of the three kids.
Yeah.
And I had to show all that paperwork. And after that, they gave me the visa. So usually when students are given that 212 rejection, I usually go back and say, well, try to find some good reasons to tell them that you're going to go back.
Yes,
If you're going to start a
yes.
business, or if your family has a business and you're going to be running it, have that paperwork with you, because, I mean, it worked for me. So
Yes.
sometimes those decisions will change.
Yes, this is what we do with other destinations to avoid visa rejection. So they have a study plan, and always, so they are showing that they are going to turn back to the country. But sometimes it doesn't work with the USA. So
It does, and usually it's a 3-minute
Yes,
interview sometimes.
Yes, exactly.
I know, you show up, you say hi, and then
Yeah.
bye. I know,
Okay.
it's
Thank
not fair. Thank you, though.
Okay, thank
I
you.
think I missed the gentleman right here, sir. I didn't mean to overlook you there, but I want to give you the opportunity to say hello as well. Sorry.
Hello, my name is Amil. I'm from Baku, Azerbaijan. We are working with Mr. Rufat in the same company, and we are also sharing with the same sense. We got some rejections due to the visa issues.
Okay.
And Mr. Rufat told everything about us and our students, like this.
Yeah, it's yeah. Thank you so much. I appreciate all your feedback. It's quite
welcome.
clear to see that there's still a challenge with the visa rates. So we will do our best to support your students as much as we can. But I don't know if you all have any other questions. I know you were a wonderful group. Thank you for playing along with me. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. A little bit later than scheduled, but we'd like to get started. Thanks a lot for coming. We are looking forward to an enjoyable chat about international student recruitment in the new normal. Normal being sort of the key word for this, but you know, one of the big questions is, what does normal even mean these days? We had a pandemic, we've got reduced budgets, we've got travel restrictions still, we've got digital revolution and new digital tools, online recruitment, virtual events, global economic fears such as inflation and recession, and even wars worldwide. And so much has changed, not just in the last 2 years, but in general. The big question on everyone's lips is, do we go back to the way things were, or did some things change for good? What lessons did we learn, adapting to the new circumstances that we found ourselves in? And you know, are we going to use those lessons to shape what we do going forward? So we hope to cover all of these things in the next 40 minutes or so. I'd like to thank my panelists for joining me today and sharing their perspectives with us and sharing their time with us. Before I introduce them quickly, I want to ask the audience that you can interact with us as much as you like. So if you have questions or comments, please raise your hand and we'll get a microphone to you. And please do wait for the microphone if you are going to speak, because we want to capture your voice for the live stream as well. So just put your hand up if you do want to say anything and we'll get the microphone to you. So I want to introduce my panelists. First of all, I have Gabrielle. Gabrielle is a virtual events and international engagement manager at Torrens, which is a job title I've not really heard of before. So it's a real honor to have someone with that. Exactly. So you're very, very good for this panel. Gabriel has managed companies in various sectors of marketing, sales, and business development. He's currently responsible for Torrens University Australia's global virtual events and international engagement. Marie, next to Gabrielle, is Director of Recruitment and Marketing at St. Mary's University in Canada. Thank you for joining us, Marie. She is a recruitment, admissions, and marketing specialist with more than 20 years' experience in recruitment in both college and the university sectors. Thank you. And Stuart is the Associate Provost Vice Chancellor of International at London South Bank University. In 1998, he launched the first international study centre in the UK at Queen Margaret University, and has since taught at various UK universities. He's been involved in international at LSBU since October 2016. Thank you to the panelists for being here. Let's get stuck in. So let's kick off with some questions that we have prepared. One of the major ones is to ask, what lessons have we learned over the last 2 to 3 years that shapes the way that you approach international student recruitment now and in the future? And because you're closest to me, I'd like to start with you, Stuart.
Do I have a functioning microphone? Is this working? Yes, yes, fine. Thank you for that. So what's happened in the last 3 years? Well, quite a lot, actually. Even in the last week, we've managed to get through 2 prime ministers and a couple of monarchs in the United Kingdom. But also the fact that we've all been forced into our virtual worlds. We accelerated all sorts of things that probably would have happened anyway, but perhaps more slowly. So I think the biggest change for us is the emphasis actually on who our students are. So LSBU Global came about really as a vehicle for looking after collaborations of students in glass and steel and concrete buildings in lots of different parts of the world. Very quickly, our new student body coming in is a digital body. So working with actually some of our partners who are in the room today, we have IU University very close to the front. They have seen their numbers, for example, grow extraordinarily on the digital piece. So it's not going to be so much about moving bodies around as we have done, you know, for most of our career, certainly my quite long career in higher education. It's all been about the fairs and meeting with students and speaking to agents and packaging them up and then visas and all that stuff. But actually, if most of our students are going to be moving into the digital world, in fact, digital natives doesn't seem the right term anymore because they're so well established, I think, in the digital world, in the world of Meta, for example. So what we see is convergence. We see the different kinds of students, the different bodies of students maybe changing. Even the home students are spending at least some of their time, even though now they're back on campus, in the digital world. So I would say that is the most significant change. We have completely altered the way that we're doing things. The other thing I'll just quickly add, I don't want to steal thunder from my other panelists here, because I'm sure they got things to say as well. But data, I won't say anything more about data, but data is the big thing. But I've probably said enough as an opener, and
yeah, we've also learned that smart technologies came to stay. We need to keep developing those. And as you said, we've got virtual students now. And the virtual world is here to stay. It's not going to leave, right? We also learned that we can, for a fact, deliver the same experience to the students, whether they're doing face-to-face, hybrid, or online, in terms of student support, in terms of education, and all the smart technologies we can provide the students. We at Torrens, at least, we've been also recognized by the Australian government as being very robust when it comes to online delivery. So this is something that has kicked off quite a lot for us.
If I could just ask a quick follow-up together. In terms of the perception of online education, how have you seen that change? Have you seen that really accelerate that change during COVID? That not just because we had to study online, but that actually it's as good as, if not potentially better than. Has that perception change been faster during the past few years?
It did change a lot, because I'm sure that a lot of people, even some of the people here, have never realized that they could actually adapt to taking virtual classes. A lot of us have always thought, no, I can never adapt. I need to do it face-to-face. And then when you saw yourself in a situation that you did not have another choice, but you did need an upgrade, you did need to do something about it. So those numbers, when it comes to studying online, has grown a lot, significantly.
Okay, thanks. Marie, what about you?
Pretty similar to, I think what's been said here. I think being agile and flexible is something that we recognized from the marketing and recruitment perspective, but also from the faculty perspective. So not only did we have to find and attract students in different ways, which was, of course, using webinars, one-on-one meetings, online, working strange hours and, weekends, which is foreign for some people when they're within Canada. But also, we needed our faculty and our leadership to be ready to adapt, so that if students weren't able to get there in person, that we were ready to go with the online options. So we worked, I think, more closely with our with the academic side of the organization than we've ever had to before.
I think adding a little bit to that as well, when it comes to the B2B, doing the business, where we are so used, we were just talking about that a while ago, we are so used to insane number of travelings all over the year. Out of the sudden, we saw ourselves with hundreds of virtual meetings. And then we also realized that can also be effective.
Yeah, absolutely. The other thing I would add is that for the conventional students, if you like, the ones that are recruited and who will be travelling, their expectations have changed enormously too in this time. It used to be that we would get an email and maybe send an offer to a student, and there'd be long periods of time where there wouldn't necessarily be very much contact. But now, through the communications platforms that we have, you're now looking at 30, 40, 50 contacts between a student before they actually arrive. And that was just not possible before. But if there's an instant response from an inquiry, said, thank you for your inquiry, we'll get back to you, and then there's something coming back, and then there might be information, might be newsletters, might be all sorts of things, because you're tracking, you're keeping that student warm. And these are things which universities aren't really very good at doing themselves. So, and I think if we look back, in the past, we thought we could do everything. We did do everything as universities. And then we started involving agents, and we started bringing in other services. But now we're seeing the rise of the aggregators, the website, all sorts of really interesting things happening there. So the whole experience from a student point of view is a much, much fuller than they would have had before. So there's a lot happening for them. And we can't stop that now. because the expectations are so high that we're just going to have to do more and more and more. I'm not quite sure how much more we can always do, but it may be, yes, virtual presence, you know, a constant presence from the university with the student. Try this out. Here's a starter course. Do this. Have this. And if you don't do it, then the competitors will have it. So yeah, interesting.
One other thing that I'll add as well is at St. Mary's, we had to, really focus on different ways to reach students. So we, I believe, did use analytics more than ever before, and to really come up with some creative and interesting solutions to reach people in different markets. So, and it's not as if you can just put up some display ads as you might in North America. You have to find platforms that those students are on, and dealing. In some cases, one example might be China, where some of the platforms you're used to using aren't available to you. So getting more creative on how you're going to communicate and reach people.
Can I ask, how much do you work with your agents to uncover those opportunities with different digital platforms? How much do your agents guide you there?
I would say about, 10% of our agents, are really proactive in giving us good advice. In China, as one example, we do have a couple of agents there that have been really, really helpful with us with, everything from translation services to, helping us, be present using the platforms where students are.
And without, follow-up to that, without dwelling too much on the pandemic, I don't want to make this all about the pandemic, but what how did the pandemic affect the way that you work with agents? Has it changed the way you worked with agents during the last 2 years, and has it changed the way you'll work with agents forever more? And in what ways? In what ways is that?
Do you want to start?
Sure, definitely. Indeed, just as I mentioned before, on a B2B side, the virtual life came to stay. So we're going to continue doing hundreds of meetings online. We can't be at the same place at the same time.
There are 20 ICEF events a year. You can attend all of them.
Plus, exactly. Well, but there's also meeting agents. We used to travel a lot because we always thought that meeting agents on a face-to-face was the only effective way. And now we realize that it's not. I mean, there will always be the travels, there will always be the conferences that we have to do at face-to-face, but in a much reduced amount, much reduced volume. We know now for a fact that we can be effective. We can do hundreds of other meetings, whereas some face-to-face, some hybrid, and some virtual.
And if I can just speak to the collaboration with agents for St. Mary's, I was so grateful for having a really strong network of agents that we work with. In many cases, we had to rely on them more than ever. We have strong school relationships in a variety of countries, and they count on us to, be there and meet with and speak to their graduating classes. And so there were dozens of opportunities there where we could reach out to an agent that was a trusted representative of the university and make sure that they had the materials. We might not be able to travel there, and in some cases it wasn't that the receiving country was opposed to having us there, but it was that we wouldn't get back to Canada. So, and the policy of our institution didn't allow us to travel. So we would ask our agents on our behalf to do a lot of things that we otherwise would have done. And yeah, on top of that, with our agents, we put in place a lot of joint webinars, which was really, I thought, wonderful, and it's still going. Like, I don't see that ending.
Could I just maybe add a little bit about this too? I mean, in terms of the agents, the days of the standalone agent, I think, are passing quite quickly. So the agents are going to have to work with the B2Bs. They need that help. They need to get access. So actually, from a university point of view, we are probably working at all sorts of levels with more agents, but at the top level, we're working with fewer organizations that are then working with the agents. So that makes life easier for us, and the reach is further. I mean, we can go back, I don't know, Marshall McLuhan or something, say, 50% of marketing spend is wasted, we don't know which 50%. We are a long way from that. I think a marketing manager would get sacked now if they told their bosses they didn't know which 50%. We know what's working very, very well. So going back to some of the services that we've brought in the last few years in South Bank, I'll probably mention their names. So QSES, we brought in some years ago. We now have massive data across the whole piece. We've got profile data about, so not just about which agents are doing well, but which areas, which channels are producing the interest. You can see these pockets, and then we can actually go back and explore them. Some quite niche areas where we might not have risked going to a place before because the returns weren't that great. But if we say, actually, look, there's a hot spot there, let's concentrate on that. It's a hot spot for that particular course. We've got the information. We never used to have intelligence like that. And that is something which is absolutely transforming the efficiency of what we used to do. I mean, when I started off, best described as traveling hopefully with my international colleagues to various destinations, meeting with good agents, yes, but there was a lot of hit and miss, and I think that efficiency has just been improving considerably.
Yeah. So you mentioned some hot pockets. Do you want to share what those hot pockets are?
Well, I think the UK is probably a little bit different. Because, as you know, apart from all the other things being on, we have actually separated ourselves out from Europe, which you can experience arriving at places like Barcelona Airport. We have to join a different queue and get your passport stamped. So global Britain is actually something which is happening, and you can see that quite clearly in where the demand is coming from. Now, probably Canada, other US, other places are seeing a South Asia rise. We are obviously experiencing a kind of tidal wave of interest, if you like, from South Asia. And that's something which has really come through, displaced China, actually, in the UK, for all sorts of other reasons. China has things going on. But also we are interested, I think, in Central Asia. We've just opened in Tashkent. We're seeing a lot of interest coming there, and it's a lovely place. I'd never been. It was not part of our circuit before. So yeah, there are things coming through. I'm talking quite a lot on this one, so I'll let my colleagues.
Pearls of wisdom.
I'm entirely in agreement with you. I mean, right now we have a more robust analysis of all of this with all the technology we've had to evolve and develop and create in our companies, so we can go way more strategic on the territories that we feel, that we see it for a fact by analysis that is reacting to us.
Marie?
Well, it's interesting. I was joking with Stuart before we started that I feel like I'm speaking with the enemy here because, like, for Canada, our biggest competitors are Australia and the UK, so it's kind of interesting. So I think I should sit here and say I think all the students are going to come from Switzerland. But speaking more honestly, we're really working a lot harder in Africa. We're seeing a lot of interest from some South African countries as well as West Africa. So for us, that's growth. And for South Asia, I mean, that's been a consistent, important stream of students to Canada and I believe to the US as well. But I don't see a lot more growth there, particularly like, post-pandemic world. I do see more growth perhaps from hopefully Mexico and Brazil, as well as I mentioned already,
And yes. I mean, there's a lot of space for growth on those other territories as well. We can't just rely on territories by the volume. We need to diverse our student mix as well. And there are many other territories with huge growth opportunities as well as Latin America, Europe itself, not just Subcon and Asia, which has always been key for us. We can't just rely on that.
I agree, and maybe one of the benefits from the pandemic is when you are hosting webinars, you're getting students from places that you weren't, traveling before. So that has been, a silver lining in some respects, that we're meeting and building opportunities with schools and students from countries that we would not have dreamed of going to before.
Mm-hmm. So I was going to say that you mentioned some of the economic forces that are at work. Money is getting tight for a lot of populations, for all sorts of reasons. So it's really interesting to me to see how we can take cost out as well. So that's where you're going to start to see the hybrid offers coming through in different ways. So maybe you kind of come, you know, a 3-year degree, 4-year degree, that's a long time for undergraduate, but actually coming for a semester, coming for a summer school, or coming for a module that is in the place that's offering the course, and the rest of it is online, or you can spend time over, you know, that way you can get a kind of a value offer, if you like. And I think for places like Africa, travel's very difficult, visa's very difficult. Yes. So there's all sorts of reasons why that's you know, not going to be working quite as well as it might from a traditional model point of view. We're actually looking at where our partners are. We've got a big partner in Cairo, for example, and say, well, perhaps some of our students can come and study our programs in Cairo rather than coming to the UK, because that makes much more sense if you're in sub-Saharan Africa, and they might not get into the UK as well. So yeah, there's a lot of forces out there pushing things around, and it is changing, I think, really quite quickly.
Are you offering, or any of you offering, the kind of hybrid model where you can study a year or 2 years online and complete your degree in person? And yes. Is that a trend that's rising and going to continue?
I mean, we've always done that, even before COVID. So we've always offered, 90% of our courses has always been offered in online as well. And the students can choose to either do it online, face-to-face, or hybrid, yeah.
I would say where universities have had programs online through the pandemic, but getting your lecturers, whatever, to do their lessons online is not the same level of student experience that you need for a truly online program. So that, again, we need assistance as universities. We need to go to other partners who can do this for us and give us 24-hour support of the students, provide a, you know, good pedagogy, good learning experience, and that way, you know, they're going to be, well, the retention, of course, is the big thing. You want them to be retained, we want them to be interested and stay with it. Because, you know, the students can go anywhere they like in the virtual world. You know, it's, when you've made the effort to go to a school in a country, yeah, you're going to be there for some time. But virtually, you could move pretty fast. Yeah.
Do you think that you're appealing to a different group of students who are interested in those hybrid options or the fully online options than the ones that were going to be prepared for studying fully in person? Do you think that those students are going to end up studying fully in person, or do you think they're being tempted by some of these cheaper options at this time?
Well, I think it's just not possible for some student populations to come and study full-time. I mean, even with sort of health courses, which we're very big on health, but the nurses can't really be coming out of the hospitals for long periods of time to study in classrooms. They need to be where they are.
Yeah, I think for Canada, and I know I have a few colleagues here from Canada as well, but the postgrad work opportunity is really important for a lot of the students that come and study in Canada. So studying online in many cases doesn't offer them the same opportunity.
And immigration happens in Australia.
Yeah, so that for us, you know, immediately makes it very difficult to offer programs, particularly graduate programs, in a virtual platform. And we're the kind of the opposite in terms of we are offering still about 90% bricks and mortar, and I mean, kicking and screaming, we're begging to have virtual options, even just so that students can do a semester while they're waiting for a delayed study permit or something like this. And it's some of the thinking in some spaces in Canada anyway is still very much bricks and mortar and not really wanting to go. There are universities who specialize in the online opportunities, but St. Mary's very much enjoys the...
If I can stick with Canada for a moment, do you see the growth in Canada continuing at the rate that it has been for, or how much longer, perhaps I should better phrase that, because the growth has been pretty sharp. I spoke to an institution that said 700% growth in the last 3 to 4 years in number of international students. You know, that's fast. You know, when a lot of it depends on immigration options or work options, do you worry about that growth?
I worry a lot because some of the strategic advantages that Canada had in terms of the postgrad work experience opportunity and even in terms of granting visas, the UK and Australia, as really good examples, have really caught up. So we used to stand in front of a classroom of students, and I'm not even joking, but we would say, "Sure, you want to go to the US, the UK, or to Australia, but are you going to get the same opportunities to stay and work when you finish your degree. And I mean, that was a huge selling advantage for us, and it really isn't anymore. There's so many large competitors that are doing the exact same thing. And Canada has slow visa processing, which is unfortunate. So do I see that growth, to answer your question, continuing to rise at that level? Not with the current process for study permits, to be honest.
Yeah, we had it, and then we got rid of it. And then we decided to bring it back again because all the students were going to Canada, so that seemed like a good idea. Yeah, there we go. I think there was a deflection from the US as well that was going on that may not be there anymore for some reason.
I think we have about 15 minutes or so left, and Gabrielle, we were talking earlier about your job title, so I did want to get onto that. Can you give us a little bit of a rundown about what your job is and why it's different and why it's interesting at this time in terms of the virtual and digital stuff that you're doing at Torrens?
Well, with the new world, with the new normal, we need to keep innovating and reinventing ourselves. So that happened with my position, actually. I'm actually responsible for all global events. Late last year, we've launched our own virtual events platform. And I have to deal with a very creative team of UX, web designers, and we create events such as student fairs. We just held recently an entrepreneurship forum where we invited alumni who are successful entrepreneurs. We hold master classes. And this platform comes quite handy also for our partner agents. So we put that available for our partner agents to also use it, but we create the whole event for them. We brainstorm the whole event, whatever they want to do. So we've been running quite a lot of global events, and that has been turning out quite well for all of us, for us, Torrens, and for our agents, in generating leads, converting leads, and also retaining current students to the school.
And you mentioned earlier hybrid, and that piqued my interest because, at ICEF we've been doing virtual events as well, and we still do virtual events, of course, and we offer...
And you will keep doing, of course.
Of course, we will keep doing them, and we offer a hybrid experience as well. You can come to an in-person event and you can still hold meetings virtually while you're here. How does hybrid look in the world of international student recruitment and in your role? What are you doing that's hybrid?
It's not as high as the face-to-face, obviously, but as I said, it came to stay, and the numbers have been growing a lot. I mean, the number of attendings and students that may want to be. So, for instance, we can run an event right here, right now, and broadcast students from all over the world watching us and sending questions real time for you to answer them. And that has been working quite well as well.
Right. Yeah. Okay. I'll move on unless you had something to say.
I was going to add something to that, and I was actually brainstorming with my colleague Ashley from University of Winnipeg last night, and we are really grateful. Like she kind of reminded me that students have a lot more capacity, a lot more comfort to come online and talk to us and attend a webinar. 3, 4, or 5 years ago, that didn't exist. Exactly. But we also face a challenge, I think, of Zoom fatigue, where there's some markets, India is a good example, where students are just done. Like if I have 10 competitors going in person and doing events and willing to meet with families in person, and I'm not there and I'm just online, I think that's a death warrant. And it's interesting because we have to convince our leadership, because we're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars in international travel, and to have to turn around, they're like, well, you did it during the pandemic. Can't you just keep that going? And I'm like, not if all of these lovely people are out, in real life.
I think there's an interesting question, isn't it? Which is how much new business was generated through the virtual stuff, and how much of that was maintenance.
Right.
I mean, I can't think really of much really new business that we've done virtually, because pretty much everything, all we've done, we're launching 5 new partnerships this year, but all of them were established through some kind of face-to-face contact at some point. So it's been great for maintaining the business, keeping them going. Maybe I'm just not as good as doing new business in virtual land. Maybe that's a personal thing.
I think you like traveling too much.
One of the things that has been very, very effective for us when it comes to the virtual events is that not doing, let's say, same old, in the sense of what everybody's doing is just simple student fairs. Everybody's doing that. So we need to put on different attractions, informative sessions that would attract, that is not just to tell about Torrens University. We are not just telling about Torrens University. As I said, we held an entrepreneurship forum, so we had a masterclass talking about entrepreneurship. We have summits of business, people talking about employability. So bringing in subjects that are of general interests, and then obviously at the end of it, we need to add some bits of what we do for that to happen. I think that makes a lot of difference into attracting new business, new leads, and new students into our virtual world.
I think we should start attending his events and get some ideas.
I think I have to agree.
You're all welcome to join.
I'll agree with what you said, Stuart, with the way that we see it, and I'm not sure if this is the official line, but certainly the way that I work with the schools that I do at ICEF, that we see that virtual events are a really efficient way to reconnect with people that you already have met, probably face-to-face, that you have a relationship with. It's a very efficient way of doing that. But like you said, that's how you maintain business. But in terms of meeting new people and establishing new relationships, we have seen it in our customers voting with their feet that face-to-face is the way that's done.
But recruitment to students, I think, is different. So the students want, that will be through social media, the virtual, and all, that's how they're coming in. But for the partnership, the really building stuff with with the partners as we've done, I think does take some kind of initial contact. Although Tashkent was interesting because we had one visit from them, and then the COVID happened.
And then you maintain.
And we started off. We actually launched the campus in Tashkent without ever going there. And if somebody had said we'd have done that a few years before, we thought that's never going to happen. But we did it, and it was lovely, and it's a great campus.
Yeah, and again, it's just as you're saying, it's not that the virtual world came to stay, and it's only that. It's not that one is replacing the other. Face-to-face is staying. We're still going to have to do business on face-to-face. There will still be partners that need to see you face-to-face to do business. So we will need to keep on going with both the worlds.
Just since we're here at ICEF, I think it's pertinent to talk about, too, the relationship building with agents. And it's interesting, I guess Stuart reminded me the last time I saw him, for example, was in Geneva at the Higher Ed ICEF conference. And I find these types of opportunities are so important, meeting face-to-face a prospective agent that you're going to work with and building that relationship, and then hopefully seeing them on a regular basis, whether back at an ICEF event or in their country. And we attended the Higher Ed virtual option of this conference last year and signed a few new agents, but I have to say it's not been the same experience. The relationships aren't there. I haven't found many or any of those new partnerships to be successful.
Right. Thanks for saying that in a diplomatic way. Gabrielle, your job, just to go back to it, did it exist pre-COVID?
No.
So
it was actually created
just
5 months ago when I took the position.
Okay, very interesting.
Can I say something about the virtual events and virtual meetings? They tend to be very transactional. They're about business, they're about doing things. And actually it's quite good fun at ICEF things, where you can actually interact in lots of spaces at different times. There's multiple contacts, the people that you might even be having meetings with, but there's the opportunities there to enjoy people's company, and these are the things which last. And it's amazing. A year or so after, people can come to you and say, "Oh, remember that meeting we had? How about we follow that up?" And I could say, over 20 years, the vast majority of what I've done has been built around, events like this.
Yeah, yeah. Guys, I'm told we have 5 minutes left, and I have one big, broad question to ask that I hope we haven't covered too much already, but what are the next opportunities that you can see on the horizon for international student recruitment that perhaps we don't know about yet, or that you've started doing just recently that's working, perhaps because of something that you've had to adapt over the last couple of years because of limitations? You know, virtual is an example. You know, it is efficient for doing certain things. Are there any other opportunities that you see developing in the near future?
Well, I think like a lot of things, the future is already here. We don't know which bit of the here is the future. But certainly I would see us doing more recruitment through fewer organizations. That is definitely what seems to be happening.
And why do you say that? Why do you say that?
Because that's the movement of the aggregators. That's how things are happening. So we've all got to get on board with sort of bigger organizations, I think.
Okay.
So smaller agents joining up with bigger organizations or working through bigger organizations. And certainly from a partnerships point of view, where the recruitment's happening there, you know, we're not going to be multiplying the partner model again and again and again and again. What we want to see is a lot more students coming out of the existing partners.
Okay, thank you. Any others?
Well, yeah, I entirely agree with you as well. And plus, we need to keep on expanding our marketing efforts for offshore students. So that is extremely important, and maintaining the onshore ones, but more above all of that, our marketing activities for offshore students, it needs to be expanding and expanding. I mean, the new opportunity question, this is basically an ongoing project, a forever ongoing project. We have to now, more than ever, keep looking on what's going on, how can we develop more our smart technologies again, our platforms, who are we going to work with, how can we reach wider world.
You know, and I think my comment was going to be very similar to that, and it's just all about diversification. I mean, there was a time when, you know, a high percentage of the students that we were getting internationally were coming from China and Saudi Arabia, and that day is gone. We need to work with partners and to work independently in countries that, you know, maybe we didn't consider before. So further to what Stuart mentioned, working with a partner that has some reach in 12 countries or 3 or 4 countries, you know, that's attractive to us.
And now we've got the tools to see that.
Yeah, that's right.
I think there's also the values of the students too.
So
they're looking much more closely, shall we say, at what's driving an organization. What kind of an organization are you? How sustainable are you? What are your interests? Where, you know, and that I think is a very interesting development. So I think we have to show our credentials as matching what the expectations of the students are. Otherwise, they won't come to us.
And we're all aware now that we live in a very delicate world. So we all try to be ready for whatever comes next.
Absolutely, and I mean, that's particularly interesting when you're working with humans. Many of us in this room manage a team of people, and to make sure that they're ready for, you know, everything that they may need to do in the online world, but also that they're ready to put, you know, feet on the pavement and take off and get that visa to go to Nigeria. So it's really, I think, a challenge for all of us to kind of be more adaptable.
Indeed.
Very good. Well, thank you, guys. I wondered, just before we wrap up, if there's any comments or questions from the audience that... Yes, but we don't have too long, I'm told.
Hello. I have a question.
So make it quick.
To Stuart. My name is Bolshbek, a World of Education company from Kyrgyzstan, Central Asia, by the way. And we actually sent you also students before. And from the context what you just said, you mentioned about aggregators and platforms and big players in the market. And you are giving a lot of credit to these platforms. And the question is, does it mean that you guys prefer to be working with these big players, aggregators, rather than the small agencies across the world?
I think it's a great question. I think it's inevitable that, you know, we're going to be moving to as low-cost model as we can in how we operate. So I'll just give an example. When I started at London South Bank, we had, I had to double tell me that next to 30-something people involved in that activity. And now there are probably 3, 4 actual recruiters within the university. And so their ability to manage lots of agents is much, much more limited. With what we used to do before, we divided up the senior international officers, the international officers, and we gave them regions, and they don't exist like that anymore in our university. And I don't know how typical that is, but I suspect it is quite typical, because the costs of employing the staff is not something that we can convince finance directors around. So inevitably that pushes you to a smaller number of organizations that you work with. So for a small agent, you're maybe not going to get the attention that you might have got before. So there's definite shift there. You know, we would want to work with hundreds more small agents. I'm just not sure how we can really give them the service that they need anymore.
Yeah, the question is, because we are agents like 13 years of experience, even though we're not from India, like 100 students, but definitely as an agency with more than 10 years experience, we're not going to work with platforms, because it's another actual talk, because we consider them as a potential threat in the future. They can work directly with our market and students. That's the issue. Thank you.
Marie, did you want to say something before we wrap up?
Yeah. I was, you know, for any smaller agencies that are here, I actually prefer working with smaller agencies, and largely because I feel that we get a little bit more attention. So with some of the, I think my microphone's dead. I'm cut off. Still works. With some of the aggregators, we're small fish, you know, whereas, you know, some of the larger organizations like University of Toronto, for example, are going to stand out more. So sometimes working with a smaller agency, we could be a very important client for them and get a lot more attention. So I just wanted to.
Well said. All right, guys. Well, thank you. Oh, okay. Very quick. Is it a very quick comment? Because we have to try and stay on schedule.
One question.
Okay, really quick one. Last one, I promise.
Okay, quick question. Just all of you guys have a great experience organizing online events in the last 3 years. Just curious, what is the biggest lesson you have learned during this 3 years organizing these events? What biggest mistake you have done and you learned from that? Thank you.
That's really tough. But I think we spoke to a lot of that already, and I guess the big lesson is you need to have plan A, B, and C ready to go.
For us, doing virtual events was trying to make people do a virtual event in a room with 3,000 other people shouting was a lesson that we learned that doesn't work too well unless you have noise-cancelling headphones.
There's another thing. For every event, there's a different analysis. We learn something from each event. Every event we run, we see where we can get better. And that will keep on going because the world keeps changing. Everything keeps changing.
I think also just not to try and just translate a real event into a virtual space and then expect it to work.
True.
And I think that's probably the biggest lesson. It's a different thing. It requires a bit more thought about what's actually happening and trying to arrange interactions that you can do in different rooms and things like that doesn't necessarily work that well.
Yep. Yeah, we can relate to that. All right. Thank you very much to my panel for your time.
Thank you.
And thank you for coming, everyone. Thank you.
Nice conversation in the front here. All right. I'll let all the conversations come to an end, yeah? Yeah? Good, hi everyone. Thank you very much for last session of today here at ICEF Higher Education here in Barcelona. A session that is broadcasted live via our YouTube channel and via Zoom as part of ICEF's monthly webinar program. So a very warm welcome also to our viewers from all corners of the world. My name is Martijn van der Veen. I'm the Vice President of Business Development here at ICEF. And in the next 40 minutes or so, we will be discussing digital transformation in international education. So digital transformation is something that's happening across all industries and sectors, including international education. And it's often described as the process of using digital technologies or modify existing and create new processes, culture, and customer experiences to meet changing business and market requirements. Now that's a whole mouthful, but what does this mean for international education? And specifically for international student recruitment? Which digital services and tools are available for our sector? How do they work? What are their pros and cons, and how do they help improve the customer journey, the student journey, through the recruitment funnel? And to answer these questions, I have with me 3 senior industry professionals and digital experts who have a lot of experience in the area of digital transformation in international education, whether as provider, educator, or agent. On my left here is Oana Lelku, Director of Marketing and Sales at SRH Hochschule Berlin, University of Applied Sciences, with 9 campuses. Is that correct, right? I said it correct, right? Yeah, good, good. With 9 campuses across Germany and the Netherlands. Next to Oana, we have Stefan Stinian, CEO of Advanced Digital Solutions. And then we have Abhishek Nakate, founder and CEO of Zilter, an AI-powered admissions software. A very warm welcome to the 3 of you. Now, to be honest, we'd be still sitting here tomorrow if we would want to go through all the digital services and tools that are available for our industry. So I think we'd better take a very black and white look at the recruitment funnel, and then you can typically identify 2 stages, the 2 R's, reaching them and recruiting them. So in terms of reaching them, in the first 15 minutes or so of this session, we will discuss digital marketing, digital student recruitment marketing, and in terms of recruiting them, we'll use the following 15 minutes to discuss the digital student recruitment process. And that then leaves us with about 10 minutes or so for questions from our audience, whether here in the room or online. And those watching via YouTube, you can already send us your questions through the comments box. And those that are joining via Zoom, you can simply add them through the Q&A button in the bottom of your screen, and my colleagues behind the scenes will make sure that I receive your questions here on my iPad, another example of digital transformation, although I'm still holding paper. Don't know why. You ready? Let's kick off this first section, digital marketing. And Stefan, I would like to start with you. So imagine a school and institutions that is probably already sending out mailers, posting on social media, maybe even organizing virtual open days. And so to some extent, you could say they are already applying digital marketing, as many of us are. But in terms of digital marketing, they now want to set up a proper digital marketing strategy. Where to start?
Well, the first thing you need to do is hire a specialist. Right? Don't do it yourself. So digital marketing, it's a very new arm of the marketing management approach to advertising. So if we think, say, 20 years ago, what would digital marketing have meant? Not much, right? But with the advent of technology, digital marketing really took off. So when we talk about implementing a digital marketing approach to your marketing system, right? University system, you need to consider different things. What do you want to do first? Do you want to recruit international students? Do you want to communicate with international students? Do you want to build the community of your current and alumni? What would you like to do? So that's the first question you need to ask. Now, if you want to recruit international students, and everyone wants to do sales, because that's where we, without sales you can't really run a business. You need to consider all the approaches to digital marketing. So I'm just going to mention just a few of them because, as Martin said, we don't have enough time, right? So the most common one that you guys probably heard about is search engine optimization, right? You really need to rank as high as possible in your Google, not necessarily just Google search, because there are other search engines over there as well, out there, but you need to really rank high. Another type of digital marketing approach would be pay-per-click, right? So let's say you can't, rank really high in Google really fast, then you gotta, pull some money out of your pocket and run some ads on Google if you really want to rank high over there. Then you have other approaches as well, like SMS marketing, email marketing, and other types of digital marketing. So when we talk about digital marketing, that's what we refer to. That's what you need to consider. But look, if you want to have fun with it, you can do it yourself. It's a very cost-effective way to recruit international students. But especially if you're an agent and you start from scratch, you probably want to do it yourself. But if you have the budget, you do have to. I do recommend hire a manager, social marketing, or a digital marketing manager to build that for you. Once you build it, you can automate it, and that's the secret, I think.
Great, thanks, Stefan. So, as we all know, the trend to recruit via digital channels has been especially taking hold over the last 10 years or so, and for which the pandemic has, of course, the P word, has absolutely been an accelerator. And I'll give you a few facts from a recent study by Unibuddy. After the institutional website, social media channels are the second most important channels for students exploring where they will study. Another one, there are more hours being spent watching TikTok videos than Netflix. And Google's own data reveals that Generation Z or Z search habits are changing. You mentioned Google, but when students want to find information, they don't turn to Google. I mean, half of them will use TikTok and Instagram as their search engine. So then you mentioned hire a social media specialist. Well, more and more universities are beginning to pay their current students to be their ambassadors on social media for this very reason. So, Oana, for this very reason, are you singing and dancing on TikTok for SRH, or do you also involve your own students for your social media channels?
What we focus on first is demand generation, because I think it's really important when you look at your funnel to know your funnel very well and to be able to segment it in demand generation. What are your channels? Where does your demand come from? And conversion. And for us, social media is much more a conversion tool than it is a demand generation tool. We generate demand via different channels like, SEA, SEO, portals like affiliates marketing, and agents, which is why we're here, right? And also sometimes institutional cooperation. These are, let's say, our main channels to generate demand. And we mostly use social media not to generate demand, because the quality of demand that is generated via social media, for us at least, is not high enough. The conversion potential of that demand is very low. But we do use social media, TikTok, with our students, alumni, etc., for conversion and for providing them the context for them to make the educated choice. But we don't use social media that much for demand generation.
Right, so for conversion, you would already need to have a connection with prospective students.
Exactly.
Can you explain how then that conversion works?
Well, you convert via different touch points, let's say. You convert via your admission team. You know, they having reliable, quick, and I would say informative touch points via your admission team is very important. Getting the demand, the leads, getting them into your environment, social media environment, is a second touch point. Virtual events is a third touch point, or on-campus events, depending, you know, like open houses, info sessions, etc. So the conversion landscape is quite complex, and it all is like a pie. It all springs together. It's not that you convert via one channel.
Right, of course.
You convert with a mix of them, and if your information is coherent and sufficient on all channels and attractive for the student, then your conversion rate is very strong. Right. If you don't invest equally in the different conversion channels, let's say, and your information is not coherent, or you're not paying attention to what is attractive to the student now. Because, I mean, depending on, you know, their age, whether it's a master or a bachelor program, a 17-year-old versus a 30-year-old MBA applicant would be converted or would consider attractive and convincing different types of arguments, different types of social media. So it's really important to target very well your audience with the right type of tool. Like, I wouldn't use TikTok to convert an MBA applicant, but we use LinkedIn. Yeah. I mean, you never know, but not primarily, let's say. But definitely LinkedIn to attract this professional target group.
So, and indeed, social media channels are part of a broader digital marketing strategy, of course. I just want to stay with these social media channels, because it's all great. We do this in our personal lives, we do this in our professional lives. We post something, and it gets, I don't know, a lot of likes. So it makes us feel good. But the quality of that exposure, Abhishek, would you think that there's a way for institutions to make sure that what they post and actually doesn't just generate people liking a funny dance or a funny joke or something a bit more light, but making sure that that is a quality audience that actually gets to see that? Is there a way to do that like we do on Google? You can buy targeted keywords or your SEO. Does that work the same on a TikTok? Let's stick with that one.
I would say the marketing, the digital marketing, the marketing needs a right philosophy, and the conversion needs a right technique. Right.
Let's start with the philosophy.
Let's start with the philosophy. I think to start with the right marketing philosophy, you have to be thinking like a student, right? You have to not grow older, you need to grow younger. And think from the student's perspective. If you have to sing and dance, you have to sing and dance. I'm not saying the professors and deans to sing and dance. Make your students to sing and dance for other students. So develop user-generated.
Let them be younger for you then,
exactly,
right?
Exactly. So run user-generated videos, because as you said, LinkedIn, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, all are short-form videos. And recently, Google also started ranking websites, the SEO my friend mentioned, based on the amount of usable short-form videos that you have. So if you have more user-generated...
What does that mean, the amount of usable short-form videos?
User-generated short-form videos. User-generated short-form videos. Yeah. So for example, let's say if you have an FAQ section in your website, can it be a short videos instead of text? Because the youngsters would like to scroll it. Right? How would you make that more seamless and affordable and accessible for your user generation technique to come into? So you need to come and buy into that philosophy of being a student. And unfortunately, many universities are not as equipped with that, maybe because of the mindset or the kind of culture that we have brought together in academia. But then TikTok is picking up, and they are getting involved. YouTube is getting into the short videos and stuff like that. Coming slowly into the conversion part of it, now it comes the technique. The technique, if you look into one of the QS reports, it talks about students are expecting a response time from the university within 24 hours. And how many educators here can confidently say that once you get an application, would you respond within 24 hours? That is the expectation of the student.
That's not an automated mail, of course, right?
Yeah, it is not an automated mail. No. It is a response, not just saying that we have received your application. A response as an offer or a rejection, a decision, a valuable piece of communication. And how do you do that is by techniques, by responding faster, by automating certain parts of your blocked bottlenecks within your admissions or application cycle. So I guess it's as we said, it is a very strengthened long topic to discuss about. But then if we start by buying into the philosophy, make the core of marketing student-focused, student-centric, and then our technology or the admissions process is more technical, more technology-oriented, I guess you would see fantastically different results.
Right. Well, I'm still wondering how then, let's say, Stefan, we're using the students. They sing and dance way better than many of us here in this room. We're using them, we're getting attraction, we're getting exposure, but how to make sure that that's the right exposure and the right target group, Stefan? Is there a way
so as
enlighten us?
Abhishek was saying, you do really need to put yourself in a student's shoes. And there are different platforms over there that do this really well in terms of technology to help you start that conversation and convert the student, but you can't replace the face-to-face experience. We're running technology companies, and we use our technology to support student conversion, but we never try to replace the face-to-face experience. So you really need to invest in the human side of things. So when, like Abhishek was saying, with what students expect, you do have to be there for your student, right? I mean, you can't be, especially with the COVID-19 pandemic, the Zoom calls and Teams calls really kind of exploded. And it's all right, but the face-to-face experience is irreplaceable. And I guess this is the reason why universities and colleges, they use agents. And I see agents as a very valuable asset for universities, because you have someone on the ground that could represent you and be that touch point for the university. Obviously, the agent, there are risks out there. The agents need to be trained properly, because the last thing you want is a poorly trained agent to represent your university in front of students, give them the wrong information. So you do have to invest in training. But I think it's very important, the face-to-face aspect to recruitment. Yes, videos are nice, to attract attention, but when it comes to conversion, you do need to take it seriously, and you need to put that human touch out there.
Right. Now, you mentioned agencies as one channel, but then agencies themselves are, of course, very active on the social media channels and all the digital media and email campaigns, virtual fairs and everything. So it's getting a bit complex sometimes, and there's even some conflict between what an institution does in terms of social media strategy and what the agency does. So I think it's really important that the agency that partners with institutions, that there's good communication about digital channels. Correct?
Absolutely. Yeah,
if I may add to that, I think agents are also competing on the keyword ranking with universities.
Because right, raising the price between each other.
Raising the price, because as you have a pay plus price, because everyone, the target crowd is the student, and if you're going the paid marketing way, it's not only that particular university, your competing universities, your agencies, they're all paying Google and bidding for that keyword. Study in Spain, study in Germany, study in UK. These are the keywords are sold by bids. So it is a fearsome competition. You need to come out with a creative way of outperforming this paid marketing approach. You need to spend more into SEO techniques and keep updated with the SEO techniques. I guess, as I previously highlighted about the user-generated, so think what students are consuming and where they are consuming. So innovation always, creativity will always give the edge. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, interestingly enough,
I wanted to add something that the great magic of SEA, for example, is that you can customize it a lot, right? Yeah. You can geo-target. So, for example, for me, I don't geo-target a country where I'm strong in agents, right? So if India, for example, is very strong for me agent-wise, I'm going to block India for SEA.
Smart.
Because why would I, on
SEO.
Top, no, SEA.
SEA?
Like search engine advertising.
Oh, okay,
like I would not put any budget on India. I would really literally block advertising in India for this purpose, because there my main channel is agents. I would primarily use SEA in countries, let's say, or cities or whatever, but generally countries, we do our targeting country-wise, where I'm not strong with agents.
Now, it's really annoying with these digital media and these dominant websites like Google and social media channels, and I think you suggested this topic to me, is that they keep changing their policies and their algorithms. So here you are, you've got everything sorted, you've got the right words, you've got great ranking, and then they just decide to change their algorithms. How to, Abhishek, I think you're quite an expert in this area, how to keep up to speed on that particular aspect.
I don't think there is a silver bullet to it. You got to be, you need to have expert, in-house, outside, what is affordable. I guess you need to be on top of it. Somebody who is an expert who excel into SEO would know the day the policy changes. If you are at the back seat, you would know 2 months later, and the people have already started thinking. And I think, again, the creativity comes into place. If you know that video is taking over text, if you know, certain elements, let's not talk about video, but anything that you see or foresee in next few quarters or few years is coming up, you got to prepare yourself, because search engine optimization is a oven, not a microwave, right? It takes time, but when it gets hot, it stays hot for a longer time, not like microwave turn off, turn on. So it is a long-term strategy, and it works out very well in your pocket. It is a lot cheaper, in fact, free at many times, right? So
Stefan,
it's
let's say we have a, thank you, Abhishek. When we have let's say a smaller language school and hearing all these things about SEO and SEA and the digital tools and digital channels and keeping up to speed, they're probably not willing to allocate a budget to one person just for that. What's another solution for the smaller schools to keep up to speed with all these digital changes in social media?
The beauty about digital marketing is that it's very cost effective. You can literally start for free, as Abhishek was saying, and you gotta be innovative with your approach. Digital marketing is not only search engine optimization. You can implement something like an SMS campaign, right? Something innovative. Not many education institutions do that. Or an email marketing campaign. You can set up literally email sequences based on behavioral changes in a channel. You can do that with technology. There are different tools out there that can follow and track the student reaction on your website. What are they interested in? Heat maps, right? That discover or open up the student intention on your website. There's so many tools out there that do that, and it's not just one. I mean, you probably have just one in mind because they've done really well in advertising, but there's so many options out there that they're much more cost effective than the brands. Right. So if you're a small education provider, I suggest shop around, right? Don't just go for, say, I'm just going to say a name out there. I was talking to Abhishek before this session, Zapier, right? Everyone knows Zapier, automation technology. But there's so many tools out there similar, but much more affordable. So if you're a small provider, you might want to look in other areas.
Interesting. So one of the tools that all of us are using is, of course, email marketing. And you read something about Generation Z who are not using email or are not fond of it. So, Oana, do you feel that your budget is going less into email, or do you recognize that?
I don't think email marketing is a matter of budget that much, because it's not something that costs. I mean, it depends on the volume of emails that you have.
Well, let's say the time you spend.
It's more about, yes, do you want to invest time into customizing exactly the email series that Stefan was mentioning? Again, it really depends on your target group, right? In my case, as we have a target group that goes from 17 to 40 plus, depending on the program, yes, it's still worth investing time and resources, let's say. It's not that, again, it's not a budget thing, into email marketing, into having a targeted, segmented, because the segmentation here is very important. It still makes sense, because it provides, whatever else you do, it provides the information base, for us at least, on the topics that most interest the students. And you provide that, and then on top you can build, I don't know, AI-driven chatbot, and so on. But still, from my perspective, it's not out of the picture.
Right.
It's not enough. It's no longer enough. But it's not out of the picture.
It's one of the tools. Stefan, do you see the decline in email usage, or is that an urban myth?
Yeah, so no, I think you're right. There is a small decline in the interest in email marketing because Generation Z, as you said, this generation literally wants everything instant, right? You have instant coffee, you have instant everything. Everything is instant, right? So I think the technology moves towards instant messaging. So you're looking at, messengers, WhatsApp, Telegrams. I think everyone wants to, and what I noticed lately in the last couple of years, a lot of technology companies move into developing apps and solutions that you can actually implement on your website, say a WhatsApp widget, right? And then students land on your website, and they have a WhatsApp. Everyone has a WhatsApp on their phone, and literally just click a button and they start talking to you. But again, you need to have someone over there to answer, right? I think it was mentioned over here. You need to be prompt because everyone wants instant answers as well. Right? You can't just say, students don't expect to send a message on WhatsApp and just leave it there in the hope that they're going to get an answer in 24 hours. They want it then and there.
Yeah.
Right? So I think this is very important when it comes to education institutions and agents as well.
Everybody wants instant, and so do we, because we want instant answers on this broad topic, overly ambitious, that we call this digital transformation in international education, because so far we've just touched on one little aspect of digital marketing. I do want to go to the digital recruitment process. And Abhishek, I read on your profile that you spoke with over 60 university admissions teams to understand the problems that they are dealing with in their application processes. Now, from those 60 conversations, what came out as the biggest or the most apparent issue, and how does digital transformation solve it, if at all?
Very interesting question. I can talk about it hours, but one simple thing that you can ask your admission team, how was your day? And I can guarantee the answer is very busy. Yeah. Because they are overloaded with workload, right? They have so much to do. There are so many applications. Your great agents are supplying, great marketing strategies are coming in. And with the 60...
More and more applications.
More and more applications are coming in. But then how are we helping our admissions team to respond efficiently? And that's where come into the technicalities of conversion or technicalities of maintaining student expectation. And in this 60 conversation, we found two important aspects, which I would share in a very nutshell. One is the eligibility checking, which normally thinks that, it is, just saying that it meets the eligibility requirement or does not, took a lot of time of the admissions team to convert different grading types from ABCD to CGPA to percentage to AF, all that grading conversion, understanding different types, and then saying, yes, it is eligible, verifying. It took a lot of time of the admissions team that we learned. The second, especially for the international student, when you conduct interviews, right? So those interviews, when it is on a different time zone, when it is on a different internet connectivity, different availability, there is a lot of time wasted in to and fro. Imagine UK universities recruiting Indian students. There is only 2.5 hours of working hour overlap. How many half-an-hour interview can you take? 4. Will that fit in? That's why the response time is 3 months, in 6 months in many scenarios, right? So how do you see that? So there are many more bigger problems, but then these two were highlighted by almost everyone. Around 70% of the universities highlighted that these two are on the top of their admissions funnel, getting the issue. And UK recently saw a strike where the admissions team went onto the street because of the workload issues. And so it might be happening in your institution. It might be happening in other institutions. It is crucial to identify that because it is a domino effect. If you respond slow to the application, the student would, probably turn to some other competition. If the student is turning up to other competition, your conversion is lowering. Your conversion is lowering. Your revenue is impacted, and of course, your revenue impacted. Your boss is not happy, right? So it is a domino effect from the very beginning to the very end, I guess. Yeah.
Oh, and are you asking your admissions team every morning how busy they are?
I know they're busy.
You know they're busy, and how are you helping them?
I can see the data. The thing, Germany is quite a complex landscape in terms of eligibility. Different regions have different rules. And your, I would say your accreditation depends on 100% respecting the eligibility criteria. So at this point, I'm not familiar with Avi's solution. I would be interested, of course, in learning. However, there is this, accreditation linked related aspect that is really important. We have to be in full confidence that the automatized solution is actually 100% foolproof.
Right. And that automized solution, as Stefan also includes, of course, in this whole recruitment process, the agency. So are there good tools out there that include the agency in that process?
Yeah, it's a very good question. If you would ask me, say 6 years ago about the tools, I would say there's one maybe out there. But in the past, say 5 to 6 years, a lot of tools came on the market focusing on education agents as well. So I remember, one of our products at Advanced Digital Solutions is a CRM specifically created for education agencies. 5 years ago, when we started, there was just, I think, one option on the market. So there were not many options, but at the moment, you could, count at least 5 to 10 options for education agents. But what I think is very important over here, and I think the companies that are going to succeed in this landscape are going to be the companies who manage to integrate these tools, because there are a lot of options out there. But then, yes, you're trying to to give your staff relief from so much work, but you're just you're giving them too many tools, and then what do? They're just going to have to remember too many passwords, right? to log in. But if you just have one tool that integrates with all these tools that you use, then things become much easier. And I think this is where the industry is going. A lot of technology providers for the international education industry, they're focusing on integrating with the tools out there. So there are many CRMs, admission softwares, alumni community building softwares, so on and so forth. But if you use, as one person say, you use so many tools, you just get confused. But if you're able to integrate those tools, then I think that's where the money is.
So many tools, so many different providers, so many school types, so many school levels, so many school sizes, agencies, countries, languages. Even in Germany, you said you have different rules per region. I think it's the same here in Spain, in the US. So sometimes it gets quite overwhelming. But the good thing, I guess, to share with our audience, there are lots of providers out there that are willing to help. There are colleagues out there that have a lot of experience. And I need to bring this session to a close, as you can understand. And for the audience, I'd like to address the questions. We will answer them to you back online. But I will have room for 1 or 2 questions from the floor on anything digital. Anyone has a question, please raise your hand. Here, gentleman in front. Can we have a microphone? Thank you.
What are the, sorry, Clemens, speaking from
awake.
Germany, that was too forced. What are the 3 major tools which are integrating CRM, admission, and alumni?
Can you repeat that, please?
The 3 digital tools, 3, ranked possibly, for integrating CRM, admission, and alumni management. Because you mentioned it, Stefan.
So Stefan, here you go.
Do I want to give names here? Well, look, we actually have, so just come and talk to me after. So we actually offer we actually offer all 3 of them with Advanced Digital Solutions. But so it just depends what you're looking for. But I suggest if you want to implement something like that with your education institution, I would say just try to find just one company that does it. Don't go with a tool from one company, a tool from another company, a tool from another company, because that's going to be really hard. I mean, you can still integrate it in terms of technology, but then it's more money that you need to pull out of your pocket in order to
It's always about money, huh?
It's always about money, isn't it?
Right. Anyone else has a question for our panel? Yes, gentleman in front.
Should I wait for the microphone?
Yeah, for our online audience, please. Thank you.
Hi, thank you very much. It was a really interesting panel. So I think there's a lot of agencies here who have different degrees of technologies in use. If you think about the Pareto principle, so the 80-20, where would you say should a recruiting agency that's more traditional invest now to still be competitive in the future?
100% digital, definitely. You must, I just took it. I don't know, it was for me. No, I personally feel the way to marketing, if it is, or way to anything, if it is, it has to be technologically connected or digitally. You should have that 20% of Pareto rule towards the physical touch points, agents, or wherever the trust building factor is required, I guess, or the personal touch is required. But then otherwise, it has to be digital. You need to also look into how can you personalize digital. Right, and that talks about creating different personas of your students. International student is not one persona. There are different needs and requirements. So if you understand your data properly, you would have different personas of students, and you would then personalize marketing efforts for each persona. Like Ovana mentioned, for India it could be completely different. Within India there could be many other personas that you would probably want to focus on, and depending on each market.
And I think from a user perspective, if you're a more traditional agency that's now looking into digitalization, the first thing that it gives you is data, reliable data, that you can use to base your decisions on and scale your business up. Without data, nowadays without this data, precise data, it's very difficult to scale your business. So that's really the basics of what digitalization will give you is data.
Valuable data.
And just to add to that, you need a central place where to manage that data, because spreadsheets don't do it anymore. When we started working on a CRM for education agencies, for example, we're doing spreadsheets, right? It just didn't cut it anymore. You need a centralized place where to keep your data, and then ideally the same system you'd be able to use that data to market your products to the international students. Personalization is very, very important. I was reading a statistic in the US, 84% of respondents, they said they expect their emails to be personalized. So when you send an email out there, when you start the email with "hi there," it doesn't do it anymore. You gotta say, "Hi Stefan," "Hi Abhishek." Otherwise, you lost the person straight away.
And I have to say bye, Stefan, and bye, Abhishek, and bye. I want to thank you very much for your contributions to this session.
Thank you for inviting us.
Thanks so much. It was fun.
So much data. We're almost there. So much data and digital and central place and systems flying across the table. So I can imagine that it might sometimes all get a bit overwhelming. There's so much out there. So if you are interested to dive just a little bit deeper into the topic of digital transformation in international education, then of course I would strongly recommend you to join us in Berlin on the 2nd of November for ICEF Berlin Digital Day, one-day conference dedicated entirely to the latest tools, solutions, and providers of digital solutions for our industry. And for more information, you can visit icef.com/IBDD. So thank you very much, Owana, Stefan, and
Thank you, everyone.
for your contributions, and thank you for your attention.